Good evening, everyone, and good morning if you're at the other end of the world. That's Europe or beyond. Just got home a while ago, just a couple of minutes ago. So, been frantically running around trying to get myself sorted. So, I was visiting. Didn't realize the time had gone just like that. Yes. Anyway, I still made it. Well, 6 minutes late, but who's counting? Tracy's here. G'day, Tracy. Hello. Bert. Good morning to you as well. And good evening to me. Good here, same old. Listening to overweight people telling me eat low carb is unhealthy. Yeah, it is nice, isn't it? Yes. It's either the underweight fruitarians telling you, eat your damn fruit, it's healthy, and then nearly emaciated. And then it's the other ones, eating the, let me just stick this cream tart down my throat. This is healthy. That's not. Yeah, I know the sort of people. Oh, can I get an extra donut? That meat really looks unhealthy. It's ridiculous. I know. The people we have to put up with, Bert. Yes, I know. It's a crazy, crazy world. G'day, Sammy. How are you, mate? Only 6 minutes late. Stop counting, Scotty. Because I'm not and nobody else is. They know it's Harry's time. Oh, fuck, I forgot my glasses. God, I'm really unorganized tonight. I'm really unorganized. It's the Roy hour. I seem to forget that. Give me a sec. Clean it. Looks good. Yes, it's that special time with that special character. The night just became a bit classier. Well, relatively speaking. We can't have miracles now, can we? I gave up on believing in miracles. Stefan, how are you, mate? Oops. Oh, you really pigged out at the cheese factory, didn't you? You really pigged out. Good for you, Scotty. It's the taurine, Scott. Yes. He's looking after himself, Tracy. He's doing the therapeutic dose in the factory. I need another cheese platter, please. Just managed to finish watching your live stream from last weekend, 1.5 hours a day. Oh, anyway, I hope you found it amusing, Stefan. Oh, how nice of you, Tracy. Taurinophobic, Tracy. Respect the taurine. How are you feeling, Harry? I am feeling much better nowadays. Yeah, sort of. Dad, he's sort of pulled back from doing his fasting this week, so he said, "I promise I'll do it next week." So we'll see. So he was supposed to start tomorrow. He said, "I'm only going to do a 24-hour fast. I can't do a 3-day fast, but I can motivate myself to do it next week." So we're going to do the protocol next week. So cross your fingers. We're hoping that he's still, he's got these he doesn't have the sparkle. Even Hello Kitty, when she saw him last time, she said, he doesn't have that sparkle. Your dad always smiles and is really happy and all that. He doesn't have that sparkle. And I noticed that, he's not like 100%. Sometimes when you're very close to somebody, you don't notice, and somebody else does, because I see him more often. And she hadn't seen him for a while, and she said she noticed that. And I go, oh, she's right. He is a bit under the weather. Dad doesn't like, he's an old-fashioned sort of in that regard, and he doesn't like to show any weakness, or I'm not weak, I'm fine, nothing to see here, don't worry kids, sort of attitude, even though he may have issues. And sometimes I have to like extract it out of him, with gentleness, but a bit forceful. Dad, stop bullshitting, tell me what's sort of approach. So I think I've convinced him to do it next week, the protocol. I will add, I was talking to my brother Sean, and he actually, Luba did the same protocol. She noticed him when she took like a supplemental, like above just the regular meat eating, taking essential amino acid, like an essential amino acid type formulation, and adding that and having like that every day in a smoothie, it seemed to make the difference. So it may mean, because some of the essential amino acids, some of them do play immunomodulating role. So when you're getting it as an essential amino acid, together with the actual food that you're getting, you're actually increasing the actual availability of that, because in the food, it will combine and be taken up for a whole lot of other processes, enzymes, building tissue and stuff like that. And it seems like by adding that on top and giving that additional essential amino acids, it seems like it's adding additional support to the immune system. And that's what Luba found when, anyway, I shouldn't mention her name, but when she had the sort of issues, and she found that she was able to improve in that regard. So I'm sort of saying to myself, maybe, we should, on that protocol that I did, the recent one, I think it probably, to add some strength to that, is probably people should consider for these long COVID type symptoms, or mRNA type symptoms, or whatever, maybe adding a supplemental essential amino acids to that mix. She noticed within 7 days a lot of improvements. That's what she told me. So that was above just doing the vitamin D and the taurine. Obviously, she didn't do the 3-day fast to rebuild an immune system, but it seemed just by taking the essential amino acids together with the vitamin D and all that seemed to actually work. And so maybe that's an option for people that struggle to do a fast. So, maybe a different type of protocol, but it seems to be got really good results for her. She really recovered quite well, and, she's been doing quite well recently. So, it's an N of 1, obviously, but it's interesting. So if people are finding it difficult to use the fasting method, maybe doing the vitamin D, taurine, and adding essential amino acid type thing may be the way to go. I'm going to do a little short video just to cover that as another option for people, especially if you've got parents and other people that maybe not on a carnivore diet or a low carb diet, maybe really struggling to do something. This may be an option where for people that are on a mixed diet to add, vitamin D, taurine, plus essential amino acids, and it may be able to help people, because that's what she's on, more of a mixed diet, and it seems to be working for her. So that may be an option for other people that are not low carb carnivore and all that, and are not fat adapted to be able to do easy fasts. They may find it much more difficult. So this may be an approach. So yeah, I'm feeling much better, but I'm still trying to find solutions for people out there, because not everybody can access the meds, that the doctors too, and many doctors are too fearful in many countries like Australia and all that to prescribe these medications because they're fearful of their license. So we need to come up with alternatives for other members of the family that are not carnivores or low carbers or whatever. So this seems to work, like, high doses of vitamin D plus taurine plus essential amino acids. So seems to do the synergy, but this is the N of 1, so if you've got rallies out there that are in that situation, maybe that's an option to try with them and really provide me feedback, because the more feedback I get, then I become more confident that it's just not one person that's getting these results. It helps me to basically, then promote that as an alternative for non-carnivore, non-low carbers, because there are people, people come to me about their family members that are still eating carbs and all that, and so we need to find alternatives, because people are going to have these problems. Unfortunately, these things aren't going away anytime soon. Anyway, Dom, good to see you, mate. Good evening, everyone from Sardinia. You're there? So you flew over to, because I thought you were in the Middle East, mate. Anyway, watch out, here comes Roy and his milk. I actually drank all my milk. I've got no bloody milk. I was supposed to get raw milk this week, and I turned up and they said we got the milk didn't come. I go, what? So I was a bit disappointed. No raw milk this weekend. So I went and bought some goat milk, but I've actually finished it because I sort of pigged out on it. I wasn't supposed to pig out on it, but I did pig out on it yesterday. So I drank it all. So I got no milk today. So I'm on the erythritol sort of kombucha type drink. So that's what I'm on now, a kombucha type drink. So yeah, oh well. I had no alternative for the night. Nah, how are you? Good to see you. DC, mate, good to see you. Yes, happy Labor Day for everyone who is a worker. Ouch, Scott. Timetable may be a bit false, by the way, of at least I see for Switzerland is the same time zone as France, Poland, etc. Live stream also started at what? I got it wrong. Is that what you're telling me? I actually copied the previous year's winter one. That means I must have had it wrong last year as well. Really? Oh, damn. That's a bit disappointing and annoying. I'll have to review it. So I will take a look at it again. Bloody time zones, daylight savings and all that. Keeps on changing so much. It's confusing. I did use the official thing. Sometimes they do have these funny things where they've got a time zone and then there can be doubled time zone, and then there can be like when you Google it, because I Googled the time, what time is it now in that country? So I mean, and I worked out the hours. So bloody hell, did I measure them wrongly? I don't think so, because anyway, I'll take a look. Oops. Some artificial sweetness can spike. Erythritol, not, because only 10% gets into the bloodstream. Only 90% ends up in the toilet with the feces. That's why if you drink too much, this sort of stuff with erythritol, you may get the runs. Yes. So yes, so can be an issue. And I have done that, but I've had a whole bottle plus. Binging, all day, just drinking this sort of stuff because it was so nice and all that. And I was avoiding coffee for the whole day. And then the next day I had the runs. I'm going, shit, the erythritol. I drank too much erythritol because I had nearly a bottle and a bit over a bottle and a half. So I drank far too much. So, but yeah, like some can spike insulin even higher than other sugars, your regular sugars. So yes, they can be quite bad in that regard. So you definitely don't want, like a Spartan, that will actually spike even more than glucose. So there are a number, it varies. The ones that actually, xylitol seems to be lower. Erythritol seems to be the lowest, we do produce some erythritol in our own bodies, so it's not unnatural in that regard, but obviously it is unnatural to take it in large amounts, so, but at the same time, not much gets absorbed, very little gets absorbed, 10%, whatever is in there. So if you're only having a glass, like, this is my first glass for the day, so I've had 2 coffees earlier, so this is my 3rd drink for the day, basically, in terms of external fluids. And I didn't drink any of the water that's still there. You can actually see it's got little bubbles because it's been there for some time. So it's only for my live streams. And then I'll probably use it for coffee when I don't use it. So it's the low deuterium stuff, slightly lower deuterium, which I use occasionally. So it's just there, for that dry throat or whatever. But I seem to manage quite well even after 6 hours. But it occasionally it does. It's really on a day where it's really hot and dry in Hobart, and now we're moving into the sort of wintry months and all that. It's not as dry. It's sort of so I don't get. It's really in the summer period where I get a bit of a dryness when it's really tends to be dry and hot. So yeah, but otherwise, yeah. So you got to be very careful with sweeteners. I do have a video that I want to do. It's in a folder. At some stage I'm going to be doing it probably mid-year, which will cover sweeteners and their insulogenic effects. So look forward to it. Anyway, if we can get even 36 hours, Harry. Cecile, good to see you. The rumour has it Harry's voice will one day replace the sound of television running in the background in every other household. Yes, that would be an interesting event in that regard. It would be a very interesting event. G'day, Bjorn. Good to see you, mate. Oops. Let me just... Beef Face, good to see you, mate. It's Eid in the Middle East. Yet it's the end of Ramadan. That's true. So long holiday, looking to try out the Blue Zone diet of Sardinia. Fair enough. Small baby pigs and not many vegetables seem to be my favourite so far. Fair enough. G'day, Alex. Yes, very nice. Something like that. It's been the last time I cooked on a spit, a little piglet, really nice and tender. It's been a while. I probably should do it again. I've missed that. Okay, yeah. Oops. Yes, interesting that I have got that bloody wrong. That is annoying. That is annoying. That is annoying. So let me just check my description. $10.20. Okay. So it's in the wrong time zone. It's in the Greek time zone. How do I manage that? Okay. Oh, I remember. I swapped them around. Oh, the Moscow one was supposed to be there. And, yeah, I realised what I did. Bugger. Oh, well. I'll have to sort it up for next week and sort out the description. Oops. Okay. Now I remember what I did because I actually copied and pasted, but I forgot to, yeah. I put it, yeah. I put on the side, like a side panel, and I was copying them across, and I copied them in the wrong spot. Damn. Oh, well. Oops. As they say, shit happens. Yep. I'll sort that out for next week. Oops. That was a Mickey Mouse mistake. Anyway, what do they say? Mickey Mouse? Yes. Adek, good to see you. Let me know if you want a link. Can you drink milk right after a protein-fat meal without affecting the Randall cycle? Yep. Yeah, you can. That's not going to be a problem, you know. Because even if you, like a glass of milk, is not going to have a lot of carbohydrates. It's still going to be most, you're looking at, before you even get to 50 grams, it's looking at most about 4.2. It's about, you're looking at about over 1.2 liters before you get to anywhere close to 50 grams, 1.2 liters. So it's going to take a lot of milk drinking, like drinking a whole carton of milk you can still be in ketosis. So it's not going to engage the Randall cycle. It's just not enough sugar in it. It may push you into a low grade ketosis, but it won't engage the Randall cycle as long as you're not eating any other source. So, and that's a liter. So not going to happen. And most people are not going to consume that amount anyway. And if you're doing physical exercise and stuff like that, that's just going to be like that in terms of glycogen replenishment. It's going to be like a blip. You got to basically get, most people, even some people can stay in ketosis at 80 grams. They are the ones that actually have like are very muscular. The more glycogen stores you have, the more muscular you are, you can tolerate slightly higher. Obviously, if you're very slim, don't have a lot of muscularity and stuff like that, you could probably tolerate about a liter of milk plus. If you've got a lot of muscularity, you probably tolerate, anywhere up to 2 liters. So it's going to be a non-issue especially if somebody's doing bodybuilding and stuff like that. It's what the old bodybuilders did, milk, eggs, steak and eggs and stuff like that. They didn't engage the Randall cycle at all. So it depends in that regard. So I wouldn't really worry about a glass of milk, it's a non-issue. I usually have it in the evening because I mostly do. It's on the days that I've actually done a bit of, weightlifting, and then I'll do it in the evening, and that's the only time. And that's usually about 3 days a week, and that's the only time I really have most like milk. Otherwise, I'll have just half a glass of milk the other nights, which is something like, we're talking about, 10 grams of carbohydrate in the evening, 10, which is a blip, nothing. You can't even get out of ketosis at that level. It's irrelevant. Lilith, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Any idea about what can cause chronic B12 deficiency? Not eating meat, along with one other B vitamin deficiency, seems to be unable to absorb it because it requires injections. Could be genetics since it runs in the family. Could be a lot of things that could run. Some people have certain types of conditions, which is like they have some genetics which are collagen related. Remember, your gut is made up of collagen, and they may have collagen related, where the lining of the gut actually has more, isn't able to, the villi, the structures of the villi tend to be much smaller, much not well defined and all that there. Now, all these can happen through to fat soluble vitamin deficiencies, in particular vitamin D and retinol, in particular other sort of inflammation and gut microbiome imbalances. All this can happen for that, inappropriate foods and all that sort of stuff. I suspect you're talking about some other person. I hope you are. Because if you're a carnivore and you're actually getting enough of these nutrients and all that, you shouldn't really have these problems. Unless you've got a really severely deranged microbiome, and you got, Cecile, I know you know about taurine that can actually remodulate the gut microbiome through inflammasome. So, but I suspect you're talking about somebody else. I would say if they're on a SAD diet, they're probably causing themselves a lot of inflammation and all that. And unless they change direction and heal, you could probably mitigate and improve, because, you could use, carnosine, which can lower glucose levels. You can use basically taurine as a combo, and that also improves the folding of proteins. It also improves the structures, the tight junctions within the gut. It improves the absorption and the sort of, so it actually improves the entire gut motility and, and function, stomach function for better absorption. Improves the, the pancreatic enzymatic sort of production and the functioning of the pancreas, the gallbladder, to absorb better these fat soluble vitamins. So these things can help. But obviously, if you're not eating enough meat, which this person may be not eating enough meat, they're not going to basically be they're going to be deficient in B12, So, but if they are eating enough of these sort of things, then it's probably a gut problem that needs to be fixed. So all my videos, you can go and take a look at them. They cover stomach, gut, the microbiome and all that, tight junctions in terms of the gut lining. So I cover a lot of that information in there. Maybe you could show the person this sort of information, Cecile, and try to convince them that they need to make these changes to the way they're eating and living. So, Fluffy Rainbows, good to see you. Oggy, hello to you as well. Doesn't any kind of sweet taste. Even glycerine powder spikes insulin because of the cephalic response. Look, there is the counter-regulatory effect of basically glucagon. So when you pretty much have very little carbohydrate coming in, or bugger all, if you raise insulin quite a bit, then you won't be able to access, the ability to access free fatty acids, and you will notice an immediate, lethargic effect. That's a giveaway that basically you've spiked somehow your insulin. You don't have enough glucose to cover that. You've locked out, free fatty acids from the adipose tissue as energy. So immediately you really feel like you've been deflated in terms of energy. So that's a giveaway that you've spiked insulin, by doing something inappropriate or putting something in that's actually caused that effect. But the amount that, in terms of glycine and all that, these are very low. When it comes to any proteins, even you can actually have massive amounts of protein. I've actually shown some terms of videos and stuff like that about, how you don't get any, you can actually have flatline in terms of sugar. There's this counter-regulatory thing. If you're not taking in any sugar whatsoever, and you're taking fat and protein, glucagon is going to basically keep. This is why sometimes when you're on a carnivore diet, when you actually have quite a bit of meat, quite a bit of that, you may see, because the body, you have to remember, the body, even though glucose is demand driven, the glucose amount circulating in your bloodstream may go slightly up, especially if you're exercised, especially if you're basically just had a big meal. Why? Because you need those additional energy to do that. And so what the body says, it doesn't know exactly how much to anticipate precisely. So it actually will overcompensate slightly always, but it's not going to raise insulin, because then it's going to shut off gluconeogenesis, and shut off your access to free fatty acids as well. So it can't do that. The body's much more intelligent in that. You really have to go over a certain threshold, even at a stage where your insulin to glucagon is 4-to-1. When you're eating pure glucose, you can still access some free fatty acid. So at 1.3, which is just slightly above fasting, which is 0.8 insulin to glucagon. And this is the thing that a lot of people, they talk about all these hormones, but there are counter-regulatory systems in this, So the body basically is sparing glucose, when it's not coming in, which means that it also is causing peripheral resistance to basically spare that glucose that is demand driven just for the brain and the red blood cells and a few other parts of the body that requires a small amount, and a small amount that can be also converted to fructose, because a small amount is required as well. There are some level of glycosylation of proteins that are required, but generally speaking, these are tightly regulated. You really have to throw in a bolus of carbohydrates to derange that whole thing, and glycine isn't going to do it. It may raise a bit, but it's not going to be a dramatic, it's still counter-regulated with glucagon, Anyway, do you also experience that the digestion varies depending on the daytime? A lot of things, a large amounts give me the runs at the first meal at lunch. I tolerate without problems in the evening. Okay, that's interesting. There still may be some issues with your gut microbiome that hasn't been completely resolved, or there may be a gallbladder issue as well. What happens at night is it happens something else. Your digestive system starts slowing down. And so even if you've got less efficiency of your enzymes coming out of your pancreas and less efficiency coming out of your gallbladder because it's slightly compromised, because it all slows down the digestion at night because you're heading towards sleep, it means that you're actually required less secretion. So that level of secretion, which is much poorer, sort of suits that night situation. But in the daytime, when things are coming a bit faster through, with because you're in there's a lot of blue light around, the circadian rhythms, your heightened your energy requirements are much higher in the middle of the day because you need to go out there and hunt. That would have been the traditional way. Go out there and hunt an animal. You need that extra energy. Under those circumstances, obviously, if some part of your digestive system isn't tip top, you may get these sort of effects. So it could be that, it may be fat adaptation. You've been doing it for a while, but I had some of these issues in the early days, and it really was, and it took me some time, and it was really my gallbladder issue. And then once that resolved, now I have regular, normal poo, and I don't have to worry about it. But I don't have any runs. I don't have any, because I was going from constipation to runs and all that. It was really nasty. And it took me a long time with high dose of taurine to resolve the problem. So, so that can be a bit of an issue in that regard. So, but it can be other things, fat adaptation. It can be, some other gut microbiome imbalance that hasn't been, because remember, a lot of people are missing a number of key critical microbiome components. Just because you rebalance the slightly, you take taurine, you bring down some type of some of the actual, your bifidobacteria goes up, some of the other ones, Prevotella comes slightly down in that regard, because too much can be a problem, can be inflammatory. In too little can also be a problem. In the normal range, it's fine. But there are a lot of variations and a lot of missing bifidobacteria ones and lactobacillus ones in particular. And a lot of people, tend to have a bit of what you're saying. Sounds logical, Harry, about the daytime. I have no gallbladder anyway. Oh, okay. So that means you may be getting small. Yeah, you may be actually just getting, sort of uncontrolled amount that's coming through, and it tends in the night to actually slow down. So that's why you're not getting any problems at night. Yeah, that makes sense. And in the daytime, you're actually getting the normal flow, because normally you'd go into the gallbladder and then get secreted at the rate that is required specifically for the digestion, the amount, because depending on what you're eating, it goes into your stomach. Some food will get denatured, pull apart into its basic constituents of amino acids and fatty acids and simple sugars, and then that will be slowly absorbed. So the protein and the glucose will be in that middle part of the small intestine. At the bottom part of the small intestine is where the fat soluble vitamins and the fats get absorbed. So that's why you need to go right through and cleanse and with proper bile and have good concentrations of bile, and that comes from a taurine-based bile, not a glycine-based bile. But on the other hand, there's also the issue of getting it in the right amount. And in the daytime, you may have over-secretion because you don't have a gallbladder to control that secretion. So, yeah, that could cause a problem. Yeah, bummer. If you've had your gallbladder out, in the long run, it can take. I have heard of people. What actually happens is, over a sort of a decade or slightly more, sometimes up to 15 years for some people, it varies. The bile duct will actually create like this sort of cavity, it will create like its own sort of gallbladder, I really need somewhere to store this sort of stuff. So, and that will have better control over the flow. But, so it may be annoying for a number of years until you get to that stage. Yeah, or you could shift eating like Bart does in the evenings, 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in around that time. That may improve certain things. Play around and see how you go. There's a lot of variations because there's a lot of factors that can be at play, and without testing you thoroughly and doing a number of tests that I can't authorize because I'd have to ask you to go to your doctor and do, then it'd be hard to know exactly. But play around with some of those suggestions and see how you go, and maybe change your meal timing a bit and the types of what you're actually consuming at certain times. And so if you're doing like in the middle of the day, you add a bit of dairy as well. Some people notice when, rather at night, you don't, if you do it in the middle of the day, it seems to sort of slow down slightly that whole system, which also means that you end up avoiding the runs. And that's what people have found by adding a bit more dairy in, like cheese. You don't have to even go to milk. So if you want to avoid the carbs, just go to cheese and play around with that and see how that actually plays around. And that will also tell you that if you're missing like the lactobacillus and a couple of others, especially if you start getting, like harder stools, you'll immediately know, okay, I'm missing some of the lactobacillus, and I may have to do a kefir with lactobacillus to try and repopulate some of those missing things. So there's a lot of things when you play around and do a bit of experimentation with yourself, and you can find out things that you're missing, because otherwise you can pay shitloads of money to do a lot of lab tests to try and work this out. And, it takes time and a lot of, so I think the ends of one type approach to check out things and try and test and experiment a bit isn't a bad idea. It sort of will save you money in the long run. Anyway, my family tends towards low potassium blood tests, hair, mineral analysis, heart disease. Should be eating bananas. Nah, should be basically consuming more meat to get taurine, because taurine basically is the only thing, as an osmolyte, it's the only thing that actually guarantees. I haven't done the video yet, but the thing that actually forces more, balances out these ions, and make sure that the right ions, that means the potassium and magnesium, are inside the cell, and the other things like sodium are outside the cell in the bloodstream. That is regulated by taurine. Not enough taurine. Most people basically just keep a certain level on a sad diet by increasing their level of insulin, So, and that's why Walter Kempner used to tell them, don't take any electrolytes, because your high insulin on high sugar basically keeps all the damn electrolytes in. You don't need electrolytes. You can actually cause too much water retention by taking electrolytes. And he used to tell them not to, because of the high insulin. So when you're in a low insulinogenic state or a moderate insulinogenic state, you really have to regulate those things. And I suspect if they did that, they'd actually even get better blood pressure, sort of, because Dad's on a mixed diet. He's low carbish, but mixed diet. He had much higher blood pressure when he was eating more plants. He's eating more meat now. He's removed a lot of the plants, so he's now 1/3 plants, 2/3 meat, and taking taurine, and his blood pressure's come way down into the normal range. So his doctor says, what did Harry do to you to change? Because he knows me. So he's the guy that actually did all the high protein stuff to lose weight. So his doctor's a younger doctor, and he's a bit of an experimenter, and I usually give him a few studies or give them to Dad to pass on. Or sometimes now I email them. But I would say, yeah. And the excretion rate of potassium isn't high, So when we excrete less than on a carnivore diet, you take far more in. So you definitely don't need bananas. You just need the regulation. Problem is, people don't have proper fluid regulation because they don't get enough taurine. They don't eat enough meat. That's what the modern population. Go back in the 50s and 60s, nobody had any problems of this sort. Now everybody's got high blood pressure, has got electrolyte issues, have got all this sort of stuff. Eat more meat. That's the problem. It's a meat deficiency. Taurine deficiency, sulfur amino acid deficiency is really a meat deficiency. That's what it is. We just use taurine as a hack to do certain things. Some people may need, for apoptosis, they may need to heal. They may need to fix a whole lot of advanced glycation products, in combination, because they can use carnosine or stuff like that. But they also, because carnosine, while it can actually lower glycation, like methionine can and glycine, what they can't do, none of these other amino acids, they can't actually fold proteins properly. That's what taurine does. It's a Swiss Army knife. Not only does it reduce glycation, but it also refolds proteins in the correct order. Senescence and aging are all related to misfolded proteins. That is why taurine is a longevity thing. That's why meat is a longevity food. Simple as that. So, but the problem is the way we modern hang up for months meat and lose a lot of the taurine. It's our modern industry, the way we deal with food, that's the problem, that forces us to supplement a bit, and others will supplement more because they've got more derangements and all issues because they haven't been ancestral, most people. So there's all these other factors. Yes, you lazy bum. I had to, somebody else got there before me to get Bert going. Yes. I've been going ham on the fermented foods like sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir. It's so delicious and addictive. So you've been going to town, haven't you, Bjorn? I actually like. I do have to say I do love, especially milk kefir. So I do like it. So yes, I know. Yeah, that's the other thing. She did for the long COVID type thing symptoms. Not only put the essential amino acids, she threw the taurine in there into the actual. She did like a kefir type thing. So she used that. So she did. I forgot about that. Yeah, she was doing a kefir. And kefir has also been associated with better outcomes for C19. So she was doing vitamin D. She was doing taurine, the essential amino acids, plus she was putting all that into a kefir and having the kefir thing on a daily basis. And within 7 days, she felt much better. So, and it resolved all her long COVID type symptoms, which was very interesting. And she's on a more mixed diet. So she's not on an ancestral diet. So that was very interesting. So it may be an option for everyone, not only ancestral eating people. So yeah. So not everybody can do a 3-day fast, do a reset, And if you're taking taurine, you're sort of dealing with some immunosenescence. So yeah. I'll leave it to people. I've given them the option, an ancestral option for people. If they want to try some of the other methods, yep, by all means. At the end of the day, I'm more interested in seeing people improve their health than basically being a strictly, you must do it this way or that way. So my ultimate aim is just people to feel better. Ultimately, yes. Yes. Well, it is the Swiss Army knife of the body, Bjorn. It is the Swiss Army knife of the body. So let's not forget. And one other thing to look forward to, Pim, I did a 2-hour talk about taurine with Pim. We're going to have a follow-up one on that. So there is a lot. I think she's going to split it in 2, and she's got Bart processing it. And he hasn't got around doing it. That's why it didn't get released, because it was not last week, the week before that it actually was done. So Bart's dragging his heels. She gets him to do, but he does his own stuff, but he has to process hers as well. So apparently he knows how to do it all. So yes, that's what's happened when you brag that you can really do all this video processing. You get lumped the job. Yes. What causes belly fat even when you are eating 100% carnivore? I've usually found that it's people in older age bracket, and it tends to be basically a number of factors. There can be environmental, like exposure to mold or other pathogens can actually cause an increase in insulin, which can actually block. And these people really feel like, I'm doing the carnivore diet, but I'm feeling sluggish, weak. I don't have any energy. Basically, my insulin is too high and I can't access fat. That's really what it means. I've got a limitation there, and that could be due to environmental things. It could be due to consuming too many sort of like low sugar sodas with a lot of the type of, I'm trying to remember I can't remember the numbers. I think there's one E203, I think or 202. I can't remember. Which is and 204, I think is the other one, which tends to raise insulin much higher. So if you're using, I'm using erythritol, but if you're using some of the others, they can raise insulin slightly higher and have a negative effect in that regard. So if you're having, this is a kombucha with erythritol, which is less problematic, but there are others that are far more problematic in terms of alcohol sugars. That could be causing the problem for some people, causing some issues. Other things could be they are basically have got a lot of mitochondrial damage, so they've done a lot of seed oils and stuff like that. A bit like myself, I've had a lot of mitochondrial damage because I consumed shitloads of I thought it was healthy. So since my mid 20s, actually even earlier, what am I saying? I was consuming a lot of seed oils. So for probably about 20, 25 years before I had my operation, I was consuming shitloads of seed oils. I used to use it on everything and used to use it in large amounts because the doctors said it was great to improve your health. I had no idea about the high deuterium levels or whatever. So I was a more savory person. I didn't really consume a lot of sugar. I never had high blood sugar issues like that. I was, as a cardiologist said, you're a 5% anomaly, because I was, you know. But unfortunately, he had no idea, and I had no idea about seed oils and their deleterious effects on the mitochondria, not just in terms of damage to the, the my arteries within my heart, and generally what we call the vascular tree, which is the entire arterial system. Obviously, it doesn't manifest in every area of the vascular tree, but in specific areas like the heart and other parts in the neck and other areas around the body, in the legs and certain other areas where you get more of these effects of damage and also plaquing and stuff like that. But I had no idea, at that time. So, but also the consequence is a lot of mitochondrial damage. So as a consequence, if you've got less mitochondrial efficiency, you may have more difficulty in sort of utilizing fats, for oxidizing fats. And that can be a problem for a lot of people. That's when, if people are actually having really a lot of struggle, they are in this more extreme situation, I tend to basically try and get them to go through a whole protocol. I'm going to do a video in the future about it, how to restore and repair and get better mitochondrial function. So that's one part of it. Then there could be another part, is just basically people are consuming too many like what I call liquid fats. So if you're sedentary, you don't really move much, you don't you're doing 100% carnivore, but you're not really moving much, and you're not, so your energy, you've got your baseline energy which you're getting from your diet, and then you're adding on that more liquid fats, like creams and stuff like that, and doing what are they, like fat bombs and stuff like that. Obviously, if you're trying to access adipose tissue, you got a lot, how much comes in. So, I mean, you're probably aware, with the priming, you push up your metabolic rate by, really stuffing yourself for a couple of weeks, and then you cut. It's like the old bodybuilders used to build up and then cut. That's where it comes from. The priming is nothing new. It's an old bodybuilder's trick of pushing up your metabolic and then cutting and going into a sort of where you're cutting out energy in order to tap in a very mean way and very highly way, and push up ketone production and force out, free fatty acids to basically oxidize more of them. So that's the other thing. Well, you may end up oxidizing, you may end up uncoupling to some extent. There's going to be so many variations due to genetics, the health of the mitochondria, a lot of factors, which would take a long time to go into at this stage. So there can be a lot of factors, but it could be just basically somebody's very sedentary, sit around, they don't do enough, and they're having too much, they're taking too much in. You still can become fat eating more fat. The only difference is that hormonally, if you take in extra energy that you're not going to be utilizing throughout the day, you're going to be storing it. The only difference is when you're in a low carbohydrate state, the moment you stop eating, you can access that. It's not blocked out because your insulin isn't high, super high. That's where the difference lies. And I think people are confused because we weren't meant to eat every day. We weren't meant to take in energy every day. That's not the way we operate. That's why one meal a day is probably a better thing, So Yeah, exactly. Don't tell our secrets. Yeah, it's the old bodybuilders trick. I know because I've been recommending it to people for a long time. I know people call it priming, but that is exactly what it is. It's basically bulking and cutting, um, and it's really pushing up that metabolic rate and actually forcing this more extreme release of free fatty acids. Ketone production goes up, but so other things do help. I mean, you mentioned there vitamin D. Vitamin D actually helps, improve, you know, that is so and other things. The other thing that some people may, due to some derangements, maybe create having some, you can regulate blood sugars and sort of insulin type responses and all that. Taurine does that as well. Plays a big role in regulating. If you look at a whole lot of studies on diabetics, when they give them high doses of taurine, it sort of normalizes some of their metabolic or their endocrine system, and so their hormonal system seems to signal better. So that's another thing that they've noticed. So there's a lot of literature out there on diabetes and taurine, and also carnosine as well. And these are all things, components of animal foods. Basically, that's what they are. People just don't get enough. We do, and it helps. But if you're going to be sedentary and you're stuffing in, when you get chylomicrons coming through, they'll go to the adipose. They'll drop off any excess. They'll go through chylomicron remnants will go through the liver, get re-exported as VLDL, and they'll circulate because the bodies want to maintain a certain level of energy to be circulating just in case I need it. I need to run. I need to do something, some activity. And then it'll just circulate and recycle it back and over again. There's always a certain level that's always going to be in the system, has to be, to maintain. It's only when we derange it, we can, like spiking insulin and stuff like that, we can cause derangements. That's a different thing altogether. When you're just normally eating as a carnivore, I would say that, to people, consider how much you're putting in terms of, especially I find the biggest culprit tends to be like liquid fats, like creams and stuff like that. If you're just eating a steak with a fat on it, maybe just slightly a bit of butter on, it's not going to be an issue. Even if you're mostly sedentary and don't move a lot in the day. But if you're adding shitloads on there, well, if you're giving the body a whole lot of stuff through chylomicrons, why would it access adipose tissue? You have to have a certain energy deficit inside the circulation in order for for hormone sensitive lipase to be activated slightly higher to release more. That's the only difference is compared to a low carbohydrate state, is that you can't access hormone sensitive lipase. You just can't. It's locked out. That's what people have been telling us for a long time in the keto sort of community. What they seem to forget is the other side of the coin, which is basically, that if too much energy is coming in and you're not really physically active and stuff like that, that's why you should listen to your body in terms of, people that are not prepared to do primings or fastings or stuff like that. They need to listen to their body, especially and just respond to the hunger signals. They usually will be much safer in that sort of way if they stay within that zone. Anyway, taurine is my coffee. 30 grams of premium renders enough insulin to break ketosis for a bit. No, not really. Not at that level. It's not high enough. It will bring down, slightly, any slight insulin. It's only a spike. It doesn't really last very long. It sort of falls off very quickly. And even when you eat quite a lot of meat, yes, you'll be knocked out of ketosis, but you'll come back into it pretty fast within a couple of hours, and that's normal. That's fine. That's not a problem. It's actually good for your thyroid and many other functions. So I have no problems with that. I actually encourage people to eat at least one meal where they have quite a bit, because that's what our ancestors did. Our ancestors used to go hunt in a fasted state, bring back the animal that they just cook it, and then They went to, they started feasting all afternoon. They feasted, and then they just sat around the campfire talking about their hunting expeditions, and then basically going and getting ready to sleep as the evening came in. So that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to be pushed out of ketosis and all that, and then as you start digesting and all that, obviously, that insulin, once you actually get this low grade, as you absorb from the latter stage, because that is a signal to say to the body, you've got protein, put it in the protein pool, start forcing it into muscle protein synthesis. So that's a signaling. Insulin acts as a signaling. Anytime insulin resistance happens is over signaling. That's a different thing altogether. That doesn't happen with protein. That's with excessive carbohydrates and a Randall cycle activation. So it's got nowhere to put this energy, and it's just signaling like, man, take it up, take it up, take it up. And it's not taking it up. So that's a different sort of state. That's a deranged state. So we need to stop worrying. Remember the insulin to glucagon? You cannot get very high insulin from protein. It just doesn't happen. Only when you add carbohydrates in with a protein and fat, that's when you get activation. Like when you're on a diet eating junk food at McDonald's with fructose and this and chips and burgers and all that, then you can get an insulin to glucagon of 70 to 1, 70-fold. Fasting is 0.8 to 1. So glucagon is more when you're fasting. And when you're eating just a steak on its own, which is a carnivore way of eating, it's 1.3 insulin to glucagon. So even if insulin goes up, glucagon slightly goes up to counterbalance the insulin. And so it normalizes. It can't over signal against glucagon, because it would undermine, you'd lock out gluconeogenesis, which you need for your brain and you need for your red blood cells. So it can't happen unless you throw glucose in there and derange the whole system. And then you you shut out free fatty acids and all that, and fat utilization, and you force yourself into glucose metabolism. That's a different state. That's when insulin rises, and under those circumstances. So protein it will signal for muscle protein synthesis, but it will not signal and stay up high for like it does with glucose. That's the difference. It spikes and comes down, sends a signal, and the body knows, yep, we've got all these proteins coming in. Where are we going to utilize them to build machines like enzymes and all that? And where are we going to put all this sort of stuff to basically build tissue and repair tissue and stuff like that? That's what it's doing. You need to protect the brain and the red blood cells to get enough demand-driven glucose. So you can't lock out that mechanism. So insulin will never rise in any substantial way with protein. Just can't happen, because if it does, it goes against physiology, and you would basically be depriving the brain and the red blood cells of glucose. That would be a bad thing. And I don't think the body is crazy to do something like that. Any physiology in any animal doesn't do that. So yeah, it's not going to happen. So we need to get our mind away from this nonsense that a lot of people, that's reductionism, where they say, oh, it's going to do. No. If you look at insulin response alone, and they usually do these petri dish type things or experiments or stuff like that, and they don't take into consideration glucagon, that is counteracting and normalizing and controlling the signaling of one or the other. They don't take this into consideration. When you don't take this in and you see them in isolation, you go, oh, it's gone up. Yeah, but it's counteracted. That's why it was only a spike and came back to normal, more or less just above normal range. But that was controlled by glucagon. That's the difference. And we know that happens because we've done experiments over and over again. That's what happens when you just eat something without glucose coming in. Because otherwise, gluconeogenesis would not work, and it would run out of glucose for the brain and the red blood cells very fast. And then we would have massive health problems. Yes, potential death, so The body isn't that stupid. Only certain types of academics and certain types of idiots that ignore this reality. It's usually doctors that were probably sleeping when they were doing the physiology, studies, and then they went on to pharmacology and surgical techniques, which is their bread and butter, and forgot all the other stuff and now talk nonsense. But it's unfortunate. And the nutritionists, obviously. Oh, God. What can one say about that mob? That hasn't been said. Yes. If you want to see the colourful side of that sort of stuff, go and see some of Bart's colourful videos on those wonderful, interesting people in the nutritional field. Oh, thank you, StreamYard. And I've just lost my spot. What is it doing? Why isn't that? Go away. Oh, God, this is annoying. This is frustrating. Oh, okay, I found the spot. If you don't go exactly to the spot, it just has this big damn thing just sits above there, and you go up and down, and it still stays there, and you have to literally go slowly until you find it. I try to do it with a bar, and it doesn't work. I have to literally click to find it to deactivate it. I should complain about that. Actually, I have complained to StreamYard, and they still haven't fixed it. I think Bart has as well. Oh, well. Oh, yes, you would love. Okay, let me give you a link. Did you send me an email? Send me to the Proton Mail. It's in my About button. And I'll send you through a link. A deck. Just email me, and then I can actually give you a link. I can't put it in the chat, obviously. So, it's the Serpanos at protonmail.com. So PROTON mail, MAIL.com. Anyway. Krakow. I think it's Krakow, isn't it? Actually, a friend of my sister's, my younger sister's, comes from that area. She actually lives in Greece because she's married to a Greek person. So, yeah. Anyway. You're in my age bracket then, mate. You're just 2 years older than me. I've ordered some Natural Life Taurine 3 times the price to get here in Wales. Really? Bloody hell. But I wanted to compare it to the cheap stuff, the cheaper 1 kilo pack. Yeah, look, a lot of people have noticed a difference. Even I have when I tried some of the other cheaper brands and stuff like that. Alex did as well. I think Dom as well may have said something. He can confirm. if he has or hasn't in that regard. So I'll let him do that because tourism is definitely healing my gut much more than carnivore alone. A huge difference compared to a month ago. Look, exactly. I've had a lot of people that have basically sorted out their gut. It's in the literature. It's through via inflammasome 6 affecting interleukin 18 and AMP, and sort of it really remodulates. It's really lowering. I think the biggest problem is if people have come from plant-based or that sort of thing, they tend to have more spermidine in their gut, which actually tends to grow some of the pathogenics really grow much faster than the non-pathogenics. Don't ask me why. Prevotella also, and when you get too much Prevotella, it does cause more inflammation. If it's in the normal range, like Candida, if it's in the normal sort of behavior, it's fine. If it's too abundant, it creates a problem. The same thing with Prevotella. That's another reason why fiber that increases Prevotella does increase inflammation. So it's contraindicated in that regard. Because usually if you're like a gorilla, you'd put all that fiber into your cecum, you'd break it down to short chain fatty acids, then you'd push it out as a waste product, and you wouldn't have it sitting in your colon generating a whole lot of inflammation, increasing Prevotella. The stuff's all inside the cecum, and the cecum is sort of protecting the rest of the colon and the rest of the system. So that's why it's different with hindgut fermenters. We're not anymore. We've basically got a little thing called an appendix. That's our ex-cecum. It does hold the gut microbiome there. So if you actually take antibiotics or take an assault, you can restore with B vitamins and vitamin D and support and with taurine to rebalance and bring back that gut microbiome there. You know, if you've lost your appendix, it's a bit of a more horrendous sort of issue to try and normalize all that. Hold on, let me just check. Is your thing going to? Oh, not in spam. Adek, did you actually send me an email or not? What's happening? I still haven't received an email from you. Okay. I still haven't received an email from you. So, yep. Anyway, yeah, look, it makes a lot of difference in that regard. So it made a lot of difference for me a couple of years back when I was going through horrendous gut problems. So yeah, it's sorted a lot of issues out for me. So I had gallstone issues and God, you name it. I was going through horrendous. I had periods where I was off from work for so many times with gut issues, that it really was a problem. And so, yeah, I really struggled. Vitamin D is something needed in summer months. If work outside, probably not. If you're working outside and getting enough sun, especially, yourself, mate, Bjorn, you're quite fair, so you should be fine. Somebody who's darker skinned in a northern latitude or a very southern latitude where they're not going to get a lot of sun and they need multiple hours, not just half an hour or an hour in the sun. They need like multiple hours. They may still need a couple of IUs, a couple of thousand, like 1,000 or 2,000 in the summer just to maintain good vitamin D status. So it really depends in that regard, because it takes a number of generations before you become lighter, even if you come from so that's not going to happen for them. And that's why in Sweden, those who are dying from, the C19, 70%, even though they represent less than 1% of the population, 70% of the people that were dying in those early days were people from the Horn of Africa, because they had very low vitamin D status. And not only that, they also had these people from the Horn of Africa also had higher rates of autism and higher rates in both Sweden and in Canada. Surprise, surprise. In the Horn of Africa, they don't. Again, vitamin D deficiency plays an important role in basically that condition as well, and a few other things. That email didn't come through. You did send it through, didn't you, Adek? I have not received an email. I just checked. I refreshed it, and I went to the all mail, so I haven't received anything. Actually, there's nothing in the spam. And there's nothing that's come through in the all mail. Have you sent it or not? Anyway, I'll give you time to sort that out. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So if it's what I call a cut. So it's the old traditional cut. The only difference is you can, when you're only eating fat and protein, you can always access. That's the thing. You can always access the fat. Doesn't mean you can't, any excess energy, you can't store it. You can. The difference is if you're on a fruitarian diet, you can't, because there's so little energy. You don't get enough energy. You can eat all the fruit in the world. It's all water. Fruit is just water, and a lot of that water is high deuterium water, which isn't a good thing for your mitochondria. But at the same time, it's all water. So you're not getting much energy at all. Yeah, look, he may have not been able to get it in some parts of the world. I don't know why iHerb doesn't send it, and you have to go through Amazon, and it's more expensive. Amazon, they charge an arm and a leg. Some of the people selling through there, so that's why I usually push people to iHerb if they can get access to it. Not everybody can, and you might have to buy a few extra items to get free shipping. But not every country provides the same shipping service. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I know in Australia I get free shipping. If I get a certain amount, I think it's over $50 or something like that, I buy a bit extra. I usually buy a bit extra taurine, so stuff like that. And I usually buy MSM for Dad as well. So he's got plenty at the moment, but if he runs out, I'll probably end up giving him mine because I'm not using it currently. I'm 2 years in and still not lean, trusting the process. Yep. There's nothing wrong with experimenting, Tracy. There's nothing wrong with experimenting. Dosing is a bit difficult through, as it misses a measuring cup. 1 gram equals a quarter of a teaspoon, it says. Yep. Yeah, I know that I actually have got from my creatine. I've got like a scoop, which is a 2 gram scoop, and I use the creatine scoop to basically get the 2 grams. And I've actually measured it. Like I've got little weights. I've actually measured it, and the little scoop does exactly 2 grams, like the creatine. So it's the same weight, the taurine powder, and so I know exactly what I'm getting. But I've got a scoop, but it doesn't come with that sort of scoop. I know it's annoying. with that sort of thing. So I use from a different product. Still works. Uh, yes. Yeah, it is. It is a great bang. It'd be great if our food supply was fresher. Like in the past, you could go to a butcher that freshly slaughtered it on the day. The meat was slaughtered on that day. It wasn't hung for months or whatever. It was slaughtered on the day. The taurine content was much higher, and people consumed more as well. So it's a different story. Unfortunately, nowadays our food supply isn't the same, and not everybody can go and purchase it directly from a farmer. It's just not practical. It's just, and sometimes this is an alternative. Some people do the other things. Say to me, Harry, look, I don't want a supplement. I said, fine, add a bit more seafood, out of some crustaceans, some oysters and stuff like that. Supplement that way. Add some of that stuff to get a bit extra taurine, and they do that, and they also get fairly good results. But if people have got a lot of gut issues, a lot of brain issues, a lot of issues where you do need, where you've been sulfur depleted. It could be mold exposure, you've sulfur depleted. It could be basically oxalate dumping, sulfur depletion. In those sort of circumstances, as I said, we have not been living ancestrally since birth. We've been living in a very poor environment in terms of a lot of toxins and a lot of things that are depleting our sulfur. Plus, we've been doing things inappropriate with a lot of oxalates through our low carb and keto days, and caused a lot of issues that we're now dealing with in our carnivore journey. So, we're not in the same boat as an ancestral person. It's just simple as that. We just have to accept that and stop basically and bite the bullet and accept that, look, my levels are not ancestral. My situation is not ancestral. I have to do some biohacks. This sort of Puritan sort of nonsense doesn't help anyone. Yep, I think it is about that. Bjorn. Yeah, sort of increasing. But this is the nice thing about taurine. It actually is a mild. Now, taking shitloads of taurine isn't going to inhibit myostatin severely and cause like an increase in muscularity. You're not going to end up like Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, sitting on a couch. That's not going to happen. But it is a mild myostatin inhibitor, and over beyond a certain dose, depends on the size of the person, you basically get diminishing returns in terms of myostatin inhibition, because it's actually regulating. Remember, it's a regulator of the body, so it actually brings down slightly to help muscle. It magnifies muscle protein synthesis. But it only does it by a certain amount. Taking more taurine is not going to inhibit myostatin even further. Not going to happen, which is sort of a good thing, because it also protects the heart from remodeling, and myostatin inhibition can cause hypertrophy in the heart, which we don't want. And that's the nice thing. It's sort of a really good balance between giving you some improvements in, that sort of things without causing some of the other issues. Okay. So this, oops. I just sent you the link through a deck. Now, what was I saying? Yeah, so it has a bit of a benefit. For old people, it's a great thing. I really like it for old people, because a lot of old people in nursing homes, or a lot of people, old people, like we've got parents, and we struggle to get them, to encourage them to eat more meat. And they don't eat enough meat. And so by giving them leucine, 6 grams of leucine, 4 to 6 grams of split in the daytime, and then, it calms them down. It improves their sleep. It improves their muscle protein synthesis. It magnifies it by being a myostatin inhibitor. It actually also prevents bone loss, because when you actually get enough taurine inhibits bone loss, which is a great thing. So all these people, all the ailments that they have because of low protein, it is an amino transporter. It increases the amount of aminos coming into the amino pool. So it does all these wonderful things, let alone it reduces glycation in the brain. Big problem with a lot of old people, too much kibble, too much glycation in the brain, too much dementia, too much Alzheimer's. So it has all these factors for a very, as Bjorn said, a very cheap hack, a very cheap biohack. So why not, is my opinion on that. That is exactly it. Protein deficiency. And people still fear protein. Is they don't want to become like that super rat, remember? Yes, that video that I did on rats and a deck. I've actually I've emailed you the link, just in case I didn't register that. And yeah, so it's a big issue with a lot of people with this fear of protein. Even in the low carb community, there's so much fear of it. God, I've been on blogs where I've just, guys, have you looked at this research? Do you realize the insulin to glucagon? Stop worrying about IGF-1, insulin, and mTOR. It doesn't overactivate only with a Randall cycle, because I've got no idea about the Randall cycle. They're completely and utterly deranged in their fear. Oh, I'm going to have high mTOR and I'm going to die early. Oh, God. Yes. They don't understand how growth pathways work. You have to engage the Randall cycle, and that's throwing in a whole lot of sugary stuff, a bit like Salad Boy does, like our friend, yes, down there in Costa Rica. That fella. Get a Coke's gun and validate the teaspoon to gram ratio. Pegman Woo, yes. Tom, good to see you, mate. Keep them coming, mate. Keep them coming. Carbon. Nice one, Bjorn. Oh, I'm getting taurine powder. It says 100%, nothing else. But they also say it's vegan. How can it be? It's sort of pharmaceutical grade, most of the stuff out there. So, well, yeah, let's put it this way. It's not as if you can actually produce massive amounts of it. Be too costly, prohibitively costly. It's all in animal foods. So they have to make it pharmaceutical grade, all of them. It's a question of the methods that they use. Some will actually make it as, in terms of they'll bind it with other things. It's cheaper, but it also means it's problematic the way it actually works in the body. It has to be whatever the binder is, it needs to be cleaved off. And the cleaving off doesn't really happen very well, and you end up with more in the bowl rather than getting into your body. And people notice a difference when they get the free form amino acid. So this sulfonic acid, which is in a free form, unbound, like it's in the meat or animal foods, it's unbound. It's in the sort of the fluids. Then it really has better bioavailability and it works better. And that's why that brand was a brand developed by vegetarians, a husband and wife team. I think now they've sold in business years ago, but they actually set it up and they had really good efficacy for developing supplements that were quality supplements that didn't have all these fillers and crap and all that. So they did better quality products. That's why it's a better quality product, that one. And it's the one that I basically promote because I've actually seen better results with people where they've tried other taurines and it's been, because not good bioavailability. And then they try, and they get better results. They go, wow, they notice a difference. So there is some difference with the quality of stuff that you do have. So in that regard. Yes, experiments. Norwich is doing a live. I haven't got any questions for him, Harry. I have no idea who the Paul from Norwich. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. Ask him whether he's taking any additional roids at the moment, whether he's on a roid diet or not to maintain his muscle mass. That'd be an interesting question to ask him if you want to annoy him. Also tell him, does he realize that Prevotella in high amounts, which is what fiber does, actually increases a number of interleukins, which are inflammatory? That it seems like his high fiber diet is contraindicated in the human diet. Some Prevotella is fine. Too much overexpression, which is what fiber does, is contraindicated, creates more inflammation. Remember, I did that video on fiber, the myths and falsehoods of veganism. You could actually click that and post it on his channel, let him know about it. He may basically get rid of you and get nasty towards you. That's the only thing. It's up to you what you do, if you want to have fun. I've done it on a couple of vegan channels and they've barred me completely. So, it just happens. Yeah, building muscle is definitely will improve your metabolic rate. Well, that's why a lot of protein will actually increase your muscle mass. It's the taurine with the leucine combination, which actually magnifies that effect. That's the difference between animal-based protein, which has the taurine leucine combination, compared to plant-based shit, which doesn't have the same effect in terms of muscle protein synthesis. That's why when you prime with animal foods, you get a different result than some of these plant-based garbage. And these people are doing weights and all that, and they can't really build muscle. Tells you a lot about the vagunarized thinking with poor utilization of proteins because of the crap that they're using. Yep, we sort of covered that point. Yeah, hormones can be an issue, and a lot of things. Stress can affect them. That's another area where cortisol is normalized with taurine. Again, a meat deficiency will basically increase stress levels. That's why everybody on a kibble diet nowadays has much higher stress levels. They're not eating enough meat to normalize their stress levels because they're not getting enough taurine and other important nutrients. Exactly. It definitely is. And a libido killer as well. Yes, I'm trying a high fat approach. MD suits my lifestyle, taurine, strict bedtime routine. Yep. Yeah. Sort of cut back a bit. If you're basically want to access your own, you're either going to have to up your activity. You need more protein to up your activity. Cut back a bit. As I said, you may be taking in too much energy, and you need to basically tap into more of your energy from your own body. Even with high fat, you are still high protein compared to the general population. That's true as well. That's true for most of it's not unhealthy, but we're talking about if you want to tap in to that energy, you've got to basically provide the body the ability. Female curves are fine. Yeah, look, many women basically think that they are. In many cases, I sometimes look at women and they go, "I'm fat," and I go, "Where?" It's like Hello Kitty. She goes, "I'm fat," and I go, "Where?" I can't see it. Am I blind or something? People have, because of the way, this emaciated. We have this picture of an emaciated person. That's not healthy, guys. if you consider that, and a woman that's got no curves or whatever, emaciated, that's not healthy. That is a sick person. So we need to get those images out of. I know it's the popular shit that where a woman has no hips, it doesn't have any, boob definition. It's flat chested and all that. It's just basically got nothing. Gets more fat, gets more hormones. The tits will define better. The bum, you'll get better sort of curviness and stuff like that. You'll look more feminine, more female. So, and that's what's supposed to happen. So, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of women out there have got this really strange body image sort of stuff that's been this propaganda of years, unfortunately. It's just crazy. Look, there can be a lot of factors. I mean, Jess, Bart's friend, she basically did the priming and then did those fasts and all that in, this cutting phase. Have you been doing this cutting phase and doing this, priming and cutting phase? I don't know what you've been doing, so, because that's how it's supposed to be done. Anyway. Fit legs. Bert. You like the athletic sort. Is that what you're telling me? Not a problem, Stefan. Yeah, look, sometimes other things can emerge beyond a transition point. There can be gut microbiome issues. There can be a lot of these factors. You've got to play around with these things. We have not been living ancestrally, and so we need to experiment a bit and try a few things and consider, you can do the test to find out what your gut microbiome is, the morphology of it, but is also, important. A deck. I've actually did email you back the link. So if you want to come on, it should be in your inbox. Anyway. Look, I'll admit, I don't do a lot of body. I probably lift weights about twice a week. That's it, and only for about half an hour. That's it. So I don't do a lot. I think most of my muscles have actually come from the kitchen, the protein and the taurine and that sort of the extra leucine from the extra protein. That's where it's come from, nowhere else. The other just to sort of define things better and just made my body a bit stronger. That's more or less it. So, Sheena, how are you, my dear? Can magnesium promote constipation? Asking for a friend. It shouldn't. It should do the opposite in that regard. But then again, there can be issues. See, a lot of the issues are sometimes they won't resolve by taking magnesium. People take magnesium, will take potassium, will take things like that, that don't resolve it. And in many cases, I don't know what your friend is. Is she doing a carnivore diet or is she just doing a standard diet? Standard diet is a completely different kettle of fish because your hormonal system is working differently. And so it can cause water retention, a whole lot of other things. And she may also have underlying, issues with her gallbladder. It's usually most constipation is due to gallbladder issues, most digestive issues, which are related back to the gallbladder, most. But so you'd really have to look at what she's doing. Taurine could normalize that, but with a bad diet, I've seen from my own father's experience, from a couple of other people that are on a mixed diet, 4 grams seems to sort of improve certain things, certain parameters. It doesn't fix things, obviously, because you're still putting things inappropriate down your throat, but it does seem to improve things in some of these areas. Less cramps, less this, or feeling a bit better in sort of just general gut motility and all that. But but it only improves slightly. At the end of the day, you've got to give up on a lot of this stuff that they are putting down their throat. So I think taurine produces more bile. Yes, it does. It definitely does. And it actually produces bile that is actually of a better quality. You can get glycine bile or you can get taurine bile. The best thing to cleanse the small intestine properly, to cleanse, to prevent, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, is a taurine-based bile, because it actually cleanses the actual small intestine and eliminates SIBO in the long run. So very important. Taurine-based like stomach function, much better. Production of pancreatic enzymes, way better with taurine. So it has, the motility. So if there's saturation of the actual small intestine, the motility is better regulated, and the same for the colon. So it's playing a lot of roles in that regard in terms of regulatory on all these sort of things. The issue with constipation or diarrhea or stuff like that has to do with secretion issues. That has to do with, the state of your gallbladder, so that's a different issue. Now, over time, taurine can improve gallbladder function, can emulsify, reduce these problems, improve bile flow and bile recovery. Sometimes people may have to do add a bit of, because they may have a lot of like I've got genetics and others that may have some underlying fat deposits in the liver that have not been sorted, fibrosis in the liver from their past indiscretions, and also taurine actually breaks down the fibrotic tissue. So over time, a number of years doing taurine, it will clear out the fibrosis and allow the actual functioning of the liver to work better, which means then the gallbladder will work better and all that. So it can take a couple of years in some people that have got a lot of problems, like a lot of liver fibrosis and a lot of problems with their gallbladder. Unless I know exactly what state of affairs somebody's, gallbladder liver is, I can't give you a specific time frame. Some people may not have a lot of problems with those things, and within a couple of months, some people just recover like that, not an issue. Others can take a couple of years, like myself, because I didn't realize I had a genetic pathway where I couldn't, pretty much I needed more choline to transport fat out, and I needed to basically, and I couldn't actually generate it within my body. I needed to take it in the diet, and I wasn't getting enough. And as a consequence, I was getting fatty liver, and I was drinking heavily alcohol and stuff like that, and caused a lot of fibrosis. And so my liver became very fatty and fibrotic. So really, obviously, if I continued for probably another decade or that, who knows, I may have needed a liver transplant by that stage. So I had a lot of liver damage and a lot of, glassing in my left lung, complete, glassing, which was a danger for cancer, let alone the heart condition and all that. I had a lot of problems, guys. I had a lot of problems, health problems, about 12 years ago. So I've actually had to fix a lot of problems, and it's taken me a number of years, So I'm not going to sit here and blow sunshine up your rear ends and basically say, well, it's going to be happening immediately. Miracles are going to happen. No. You've been on inappropriate ancestral diets. You may have some genetics that make you more prone to worse outcomes than other people, and you may take longer. I know it's a shitty deal, but that's how it sometimes happens. You've got to be realistic about this. you want to be told, airy fairy stuff that just makes you feel better. But now you know the information. You can go and do a genetic test and find out whether you have those SNPs. You're missing those. Yes, all that sort of stuff. Has Dave popped in? Has he? Oh, there he is, Dave. G'day, Dave. Good to see you, mate. Yes. BPs. I found a low fat slightly and going 2 meals a day helps sort out the runs. Yep. Yeah, because it's probably gallbladder related. In time with taurine, it will improve, but it takes time. You've got to be patient. I don't know exactly where you are at without detailed assessment. You may also have, if you may consider, because sometimes you may not be able to tolerate eggs, but you may have similar genetics where the choline betaine pathway of methylation may be compromised. Under those circumstances, you may need to consider choline as a supplement rather than, because you can't eat it, you may not be getting enough and you may need to sort that. Most people can actually convert from methionine to choline to folate. The body's a Swiss Army knife of being able to play around with these methyl donors. But some people are, a small percentage, like myself, don't have those genetics, because we consumed a lot of choline-rich foods, a bit like the Irish with, the retinol issue and the beta-carotene and stuff like that. Same issue. So, I don't know your genetics beef-based, but you may, so you need to consider those sort of things. I've always said to people, if things go and do an ultrasound, which is not invasive, check your liver to see what state it is. And if it's still got some fatty deposits and all that, and you're on a carnivore diet, you may need more choline. And if you can tolerate eggs, then just use eggs. Have, 3 to 4 eggs a day. Yeah, some of that can actually affect certain people as well. Yep. If you get runs, too much fat could be. Yep, it can be that, but it also can be a gallbladder issue as well, which can actually swing you between the two as well. So, yeah, it depends. Without testing and other things, I don't know about people. I just tell them to basically play around and see what works. Okay. What sort of diet is she? Is she on a standard sad diet, or is she on a carnivore diet, Tracy? Everybody's got their thing. Heavy cream, ghee. Yeah, I get a bit of ghee. I don't mind ghee. I couldn't tolerate it in the past until my gallbladder improved. God, ghee, butter, and stuff like that. Cream used to give me a lot of, let's say, angst. I had to lie down and actually under my rib cage and massage my pancreas and my gallbladder to sort of relieve the tension. So yeah, those were the days. Been there, done that, guys. Very much so. Dr. Chiefy, as long as you don't have carbs, it's okay to eat even in the middle of the night. Would you agree? No. It's a circadian rhythm thing. I don't advise people eating in the middle of the night. Now, obviously, if people, even when I travel, I do not eat. Like when I fast when I go on trips. And the moment I get into that country, whatever country it is, if it's, I usually, the moment I leave on the plane, I work out the hours and exactly what time over those hours. So let's say it's a trip that takes 8 hours, okay? And I know, or let's say just 8 hours, and there's going to be about 2 hours difference or 3 hours difference in the past. Well, I will shift that time, I will change my time to the local time of the destination, and then I will do everything according to that. I will fast, I will sleep at the times. If it's night there, I'll sleep on the plane if it's night there for those hours. So if it's, I don't care what other people are doing, I'll just put blockers and just, I'll sleep. When I get there, I'm in sync circadian wise with that environment. If I get there in the evening, I go straight to bed, wake up in the morning and get on with life in the normal, like everyone else in that time zone. And I find that syncs me much better, and better when you don't eat anything, when you fast in that travel period, as you're changing time zones. I find that I can adjust much quicker, So, and most airlines now actually charge you for their crap food anyway, so why bother, is my approach. I don't think it's a good idea, because the whole purpose is in the evening, your cortisol levels need to normalize down, your digestion needs to slow down, so your melatonin can rise, so you can get good sleep. If you're basically eating very late at night, you're going to be causing sleep disturbances and stuff like that. I've actually also said to people that actually are night shift workers that work in the evening to only eat in daytime within the circadian rhythms. Because our ancestors, there were like half of the population have got like night genes. They can cope very well staying up late. They used to be the guards for the tribe. And so we do have those genetics. So don't get me wrong. But they didn't eat at night. They just stayed up, keeping an eye whether there were any tigers or lions or whatever around. Got it? They had eaten earlier, and then they rested in that early hours of the day, and they didn't go for the hunt. They would go maybe a couple of days later. So that's how they operated. I don't believe in eating at night, and most people that actually that are night shift workers that don't eat a lot, fast right through. They eat in the daytime, and then at night they just fast right through the night. They may have some like salt water or something like that, and they fast right through. They get to the morning, they sleep until midday. They wake up, they have their meal, and then they go to work in the evening. And I know every person that's been a night shift worker that's actually done that I've actually recommended, they have seen big improvements in their health markers. So now that's a lot of N of ones, but that's my own subscribers that have made those changes and all that. So I don't believe in eating in the evening, and neither does Bart. We both view it as ancestrally. Our ancestors would go out and hunt in the midday. They would bring back the food. They would eat it in the mid-afternoon. They would gorge on it. And then they would basically sit around the campfire. And this is how we live for most of the time. I think we're more adapted to that. We didn't eat in the morning. When we woke up, cortisol rises. You don't want to rise insulin at the same time. It's very unhealthy. And so that cortisol rise, and because if insulin rises, it actually locks out free fatty acids. That means that energy you need for the whole day. So when that cortisol rises, it actually increases gluconeogenesis. So that morning dawn effect of extra glucose. It also releases more free fatty acids, so it gets more energy into the system, And that's how the body's supposed to work. You go out, you hunt, you get something in midday, as midday persistent hunters, then you may have a bit of, the blood and, as an electrolyte, you may have a bit of those fluids. You may cut a bit of the liver and hand it out to, and have a bit of raw liver. So as a multivitamin, they may not, somebody may not feel like, maybe next time, they don't eat excessive amount of organ meats, just small amounts as a multivitamin. And then they take the rest back and cook it and share it amongst the tribe and they feast on it. And that's when they have that big bolus of food, which they'll knock themselves out of ketosis. They'll, spike that insulin from the protein, but it will only be a spike, come back down to normal rates and still not suppress glycolysis or gluconeogenesis, and they will function properly. And that's how they're supposed to. So I don't, think it's okay to eat in the middle of the night. I don't agree with it. I think it's out of circadian rhythms. It's a circadian mismatch. Simple as that. And I've noticed with nighttime shift workers, they do much better by eating in daytime, like our ancestors. So that's my call on that. Now, he may have personal N of one experiences, but then again, I don't know what it is. I haven't spoken to him, so I don't really know what is the basis of it. Now, obviously, not having carbs is going to be way less deleterious because you're not actually inflaming yourself. So it's going to be less deleterious. And if it tends to be much lighter in protein and much more in like fat, well, you're releasing free fatty acids all the time. It just means that you're not going to release them from your body that you've stored, and you're just going to take them in a form. So why bother? You know what I mean? Because your digestive capacity for basically protein has gone down, because when melatonin goes up, that goes down. It's just simple as that. So look, don't ask me. I don't know what he does. I've found that most people that do night shift actually do better by fasting through the night or time restricted feeding through the night. They get better results and they're more energized, and they don't feel sluggish or anything. They feel much better and they can sleep much easier in the morning. And when they get up, they've got a good appetite, which is what you want in that time restricted feeding window of the midday when they get up to the early afternoon before they go onto their shift to get that, so yeah, anyway, that's my opinion. And the experience of some of my subscribers have borne that out. They feel much better, less stressed, and have felt much happier approaching their eating in that regard for night shift. Everybody's got their opinions about things, but, I disagree on that completely. Because that's not what our ancestors would have ever done ancestrally. So, can you give your body time to adjust by cutting your fat intake by half and then add it back gradually? Look, you can do a lot of things. It really depends on what you're trying to do, Adek. It's a lot of things. I find that it's, if you're going to cut. If you're going to, first push up that metabolic rate and then cut and force the body and say, look, there's less coming in. You still need to have some amount of fat coming in for proper digestive function. But you sort of shift more of that responsibility to the adipose to provide that additional energy. So you can do something like that and sort of play around. And that's not for everyone either. Some people, we're modern day people. We're not tribal as well. That's another issue. And some people just can't tolerate psychologically or whatever. So 2 meals. I do 2 meals. A major meal in the mid-afternoon, which is about 3, is when I do my major meal. And 11 o'clock when I break my fast, I do a snack. And it's usually beef jerky and some cheese and stuff like that. So, and it's heavy meat later on at about 3 o'clock. But it works for me that way. and that's why a bit, and that's usually has to do with the lack of lactobacillus for the constipation side. Once you actually get a lot of the lactobacillus, it really normalizes a lot of that sort of stuff. It's because we've glyphosate, antibiotics have devastated the lactobacillus and bifidobacteria, and that's the problem in ability even to tolerate dairy, which is a lot of problems and constipation, again, due to people don't know, they don't realize that it's constant. Yeah, once you fix, because Necro Kitty had the same problem. She had constant diarrhea. She took in taurine and stuff like that, normalized, stop the actual all this problem, because sort of rebalanced her gut microbiome, but didn't have enough of the lactobacillus and some of the others. Then she started getting constipated. So she goes, "What's happening?" And I go, "Look," because I reminded her, because I did say that this could be a problem if you don't have certain bacterial strains. And I said, you don't have those. You're going to do a kefir and do some of the lactobacillus and stuff like that. She started buying all these and doing kefirs and stuff like that. And now she's got fine. She's sorted the problem out. So unfortunately, when we come out of the birth canal, we get all these lactobacillus strains, in particular the Reuteri rhamnosus and those ones. And then with glyphosate, which is a antibiotic mimicking, it does have a patent in the patent office, together with antibiotics, and we decimate lactobacillus of the different strains, and we have difficulty dealing with dairy and dairy intolerances that come from that. So, our food supply, our plant-based food supply, is very different than what it used to be, even when we were doing a third in the 60s and 40s and all that. They were using different chemicals back then, so they had a different effect on these plants that were coming into us. So there's all these other issues, obviously, that have sort of are related to these problems. I did a deck. I have sent you the link. I've emailed you the link, just in case you didn't hear me earlier. Okay. Oh, okay. So, okay, you're in your night clothes. Okay, fair enough. Don't worry about it. Some other time, next time, just let me know if you next week. Just drop me a line and say, "Yep, Harry, send me a link," and I'll send you a link. I just may send you a link, and if you've got clothes on, you're probably, then fine. Yeah, I understand. I'm, yes, not a problem. That's okay. Anyway, I think I would go into a coma on home edit. I get so hungry, it's unreal. Fair enough. Look, sometimes, I've like Hello Kitty. She, she was eating ravenously meat. She actually injured her wrist very easily. So she had because she was doing like low fat, low protein for a number of years. And so she ended up with a lot of, protein deficiency. And so, weaker muscle, not much bone density and stuff like that. And so she was even, she lifted a little weight that I gave her, and she got a fracture in her wrist, so a lot of problems. And so she realized I said, "Look, you're severely," I said, we had a bit of a chat, and I realized, she had been under consuming protein for a very long time. And so, again, she had that fear of protein like a lot of people have. And then I got her to eat massive amounts of protein. And it's only what is it, getting close to a year, that she's much stronger. She could actually, before she could only put things on a backpack, and it was annoying. She'd have to stop and sit down because the weight was, and even though she only had a few items from the supermarket on a backpack, she couldn't lift a lot of stuff. She was struggling. But now she can go for very long distances, carrying stuff, double the weight on a backpack, double the weight in her hands from the supermarket, and walk back from quite some distance. And she's quite shocked how much her her body composition has improved. It's more feminine. She's actually got, really nice. She's slim, but she's really curvy and really, her body composition. She looks more feminine, more women, more of a, like a real woman. So she's improved dramatically as a consequence. She looks much better, looks way hotter than she looked before. But I don't encourage all that. But the thing is, she's stronger now, way stronger. So if you've been under your body, you've been depriving your body for a very long time of protein, you're going to be ravenous for quite some time. It just means eat friggin' more meat. That's what I told her. I said, eat more meat. I just encouraged her to eat more meat, and she kept on eating more meat. And now in more recent times, she's starting to get satiety. She doesn't feel as much like she needs to stuff herself anymore, because the body's been craving for protein to rebuild her tissue, to build stronger bones, to build stronger muscles, to fix things, to repair things. It's been craving. Give me the nutrients that I need to fix my body. And her body is much better now. Composition is better. She looks hotter as a woman. She's got those curves. Men definitely, looking at her, she's noticing far more of that than what she noticed in the past. So she actually mentions that to me, and I go, oh yeah, whatever, so. So I said, you got more desperate men running after you. Is that what you're telling me? So yeah, but yeah, so don't deny your hunger for protein, Bert. Do not deny. That means you need more protein. Stuff yourself with protein. Stop, being a little, what did Arnie used to say? Don't be a girly boy. Eat your meat. I said something similar like that to Hello Kitty. She gave me a strange look. What the hell is he saying? It's like one of those, your uncle, your harsh, taskmaster coach to eat your meat. I should make a T-shirt. Eat your meat. A good appetite is the biggest blessing for sure. Yes, yes. I heard you mention Kefir Protocol. What is it and how does one do? I'm going to have to make a video. Expect a video sometime this month. I'll actually make it this month. I've got a couple of other things that I'll actually bring it back, and cover that. It's probably important. It's the next one that I didn't do. I've done all the other microbiome stuff and all that, and it probably needs another one in regards to the kefir side of things. So I'll put it together. I'll have to. I'll do it towards the end of the month, because I do have to research in a number of parts of the world of how to get some of this. So we're able to get local kefir here, but the question is being able to get it in some parts of the world. So I may have to look into that sourcing as well to put in the video. I'll see. I'm going to think about it, how I'm going to put it together. But yeah, probably needs to be done. I heard the other day, so I thought I'd pass it on. Yep. A well person has 1,000 wishes. A sick person has just one. Yes, that's true. Very true. Now it's not coming off. Cut, my dear. Cut. It's what you're supposed to do. Raise your metabolic rate and then cut. Do the sort of fasting and reduce your intake. So you can basically cut from your own body, your own adipose. I mean, somebody down kilos of shrimps daily this week. Okay, you've had a shrimp addiction. It's a bit like yeah, I sometimes have those sort of things. A couple of weeks back, I sort of felt really ravenous. I did about 3 or 4 days fish every day. I just sort of really missed fish. Hadn't actually consumed a lot of fish, and then recently I had another sort of like I just wanted lamb. I've been eating lamb. I had lamb the day before, lamb yesterday. The only thing that changed was today I had pork, but I've been having lamb. And I can tell you, I still have a bit of an appetite for lamb currently. I don't know why. So it's been interesting, but sometimes we just go through these strange sort of phases where maybe there's certain nutrients, certain essential. There is slightly higher amount in lamb of essential fatty acids, and maybe my body's craving some additional essential fatty acids. I can't think of anything else that it wants that is probably causing me to want more lamb. So, yeah, there you go. Maybe because the only thing I actually thought about is why would I need more omega-6? Because lamb has more than beef, and so I'm going, and even more than some cuts of pork, particular bacon, it has far less. And I'm going, maybe I need more for my immune system. Maybe because going through this sort of COVID period that I had, that I required, more repair, tissue repair. So I needed more of the essential fatty acids, maybe, because it does have, for most, it's about, half to 1 gram, but with lamb, it's about 1.5. So it's slightly more than some of the others. So that may be the reason for it. Don't know. I suspect that's probably the most logical thing in that regard. So yeah, it is. It's high in both of those, protein and taurine. Yeah, seafood is way higher, in terms of taurine. When I have I'm in my seafood sort of mode, I don't bother supplementing taurine at all. Why waste money? Especially if I do certain combinations, I get plenty, so I don't bother. Don't tell our secret. Yes, it is basically that. Yes, the old bodybuilder's trick. I don't have sleep issues, just asking out of curiosity. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yep. You. L. Oop. How are you? Vitamin D supplements, do you take, and what dosage? How do you figure out if a specific supplement product works or is fake? You go for a good quality one. I get one on iHerb. Let me just find it. Give me a sec. This is the one that I use. That's the one I use. And it's basically got coconut oil, soft gel capsule, kosher, gelatin. So it's, non-GMO vegetable glycerin and purified water. It's pretty much the oil in that is coconut based. So there's no seed oil like, one of the seed oils. So see you, Deck. Yeah, so that's the only one that I get. You can actually get it in the 5,000 IUs, and you can get it in the 10,000 IUs. So the 5,000 IUs, you can get up to 360 pills in that regard. And in the, in the 10,000 IUs, you can only get the 120. They used to have the 10,000 IUs in the 360, but they only have it in the 5,000 now for whatever reason. So, companies keep on changing their sort of stuff. So basically, that's the one that I usually get the 5,000 IUs, because in sort of in the autumn, because it's got 360 in there, so it covers for quite some time. And in the autumn period, this product is unavailable in your region. We apologize for it. Okay. So it's in the Netherlands, it's unavailable. That's a bit of a bummer. It is available also on Amazon. On iHerb, let's just put it in this way. It won't. In Australia, for 360 capsules, these soft gel capsules, 360, you basically pay $18.15. So currently there's a discount of 30%. So there's a bit of a saving there, because normally it's about nearly $26, $25.93 Australian. Okay, in Norway as well. That is annoying. That is bloody annoying. I know it's available on Amazon. Give me a sec. I like supporting Bezos with Amazon, but anyway, sometimes that's the only place you can get it. That's the only place you can get it. Yeah, I wish can you check this one here? This link here. Just check that link there. That's the Amazon one, which is 5,000 IUs for the Amazon one. Is that available in your area? 5,000 IUs is forbidden in Europe. Are you freaking kidding me? What the? God almighty. Damn friggin' idiots. Well, God. I have to drive you up the wall with these people. Anyway, I get basically a 5,000 IU, and I had one which was 10,000 IUs, and I keep that in for winter. So when it's winter, I take the 10,000 IUs, and when it's autumn and spring, I take the 5,000 IUs. And in summer, if I'm outdoors and getting enough sun, I don't bother taking any. So in Germany, you can get up to 20,000 IUs, and in the Netherlands, you can't, and in Norway, you can, or in parts of Europe, then. Oh God, it's ridiculous. What can one say? Anyway. Oh, you can look, people can go and do that. I'm not saying that you can't sleep, but it's not a good thing in terms of circadian rhythm. So I disagree with him because that's not what our ancestors did, Bjorn. They didn't do it for millions and millions of years. They ate in the late afternoon. They stuffed themselves completely, and then basically, just because he's a doctor and he works night shifts and basically wants to have a meal and justify it, I say to him, ancestrally, that's not how our ancestors operated. Now, if it, do I have any research? Well, we don't have any. We only have anecdotes from ancestral tribal populations, but no real evidence either way. So, but I've noticed from other anecdotes where people were doing night shifts and they changed their eating patterns, they actually had less stress and they felt better. So, and that's been quite a few anecdotes of people working night shifts. So he's younger, and these were older people doing night shifts in my age bracket, and they were getting better results. I was struggling before. Now he's younger and more robust, so obviously, he can get away with it at a younger age. But let's say when he gets to my age in his mid-50s or older, we'll see then whether he's singing the same tune on this issue. I doubt it. Younger people, you guys, because you're younger as well, Bjorn, so you could probably get away with it more. But get to my age, and it will disturb your sleep far more, and many other people. And I don't think even for younger people that it's outside those circadian, timing, that it's a good idea. And it has to do with that sort of the component of light, how light affects our mitochondria and the reparative. So when that near infrared in the early evening starts rise, that's what we, through our melanopsin, through our eyes, we detect that near infrared. That sort of shifts to the melatonin repairing the mitochondria. So you want that. When you basically are eating at night, you're actually pushing, energy through the mitochondria at a time when you should be repairing your mitochondria, sorting them out from all the oxidative stress you've put them through consuming nutrients, So so I would say Bart would agree with me on this issue completely. So I completely disagree in this case. I'm not a fan of priming. I heard you can actually create more fat cells if you gain a lot of fat in a small amount of time. You'll become fatter for life. Okay. When we're talking about priming, we're talking about both, we're not talking about massive amounts of fat. We're more talking about upping the protein and upping slightly the fat in order to get the metabolic rate slightly higher. And then you do a cut. It's the old bodybuilders where you cut not the protein, you cut the energy source, which is fat, in this case for a carnivore. And that's how it's the old bodybuilders thing. I don't know how you're doing your priming, but you have to do it like the old bodybuilders. And I think going to the guys that actually do it, that know exactly how to time this, go and actually consult with them, and like a deck and many others that do this and know the exact timing, rather than doing it yourself in a way where you're not informed properly. So it's been done for a very long time by bodybuilders, and it works, believe me. Otherwise, they'd fail in competition if it didn't. I have lost heaps of weight before. I'm sure it will shift again. Yeah, you get that as well. That's true. You definitely do get a change in that sort of composition. There's a bit of that takes place. There's a lot of things that change, endocrine adjustments. There's a lot of things that are taking place. Blood levels 101 millimoles. 181. Hold on. 181 divided by 2.5. That is 72.4 nanograms per milliliter. So that's pretty good. Much better than many other people out there. Do you think this is a good level? It's fine. Or a bit higher coming towards UK summer now. So I've stopped supplementing for now. Yep, that's fine. We want to get it close to the 80 if you're dealing with autoimmunity. So 72 isn't too bad. So anything above 60 and up to 80 is going to be way better than the majority of other cases. Anything slightly above 8 or close to 80 is going to be, will allow, there'll be the level is sufficient to basically activate all those genes that are influenced by vitamin D. So that's where the difference lies. It's, we're not sure why it happens that when you get to that level, you can activate all the genes and silence certain genes that may be autoimmune related. So, yeah, we know that from doing mechanistic studies, but we don't know why it causes these epigenetic chain shifts. That's still to be researched to work out exactly. Is it a threshold? Is it specifically that you need a certain level for then a signaling thing cascade effect to happen? That we haven't really worked out. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in future research. I can't believe I used to eat McDonald's fries. Kind of scary, all the seed oils I ate. Yeah, mate. Me too. I ate a lot of that sort of stuff, Pizza Hut and Domino's pizzas. I had racks in my fridge. Mate, I used to eat a lot of crap. That's why I end up with cardiovascular disease in my mid-40s. Yes. Yeah, they used to fry them. Look, even when we had our own corner store, we actually used to cook fish and chips. We used to cook them in tallow, in dripping from tallow. So, and that's how you did it back in the 70s. And then later on, people started transitioning away in the 80s and 90s away from animal fats to these toxic seed oils, unfortunately. It's actually the majority of seed oils were actually being consumed by the families. Since the 1930s and onwards, more seed oils were being used in the families because it was cheaper than animal fats. Also the margarines and all that was softer, more convenient for people, all that sort of crap. So there was all those factors that were in play. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Corporates that make profits from cheaper inputs. Yeah, because basically, look, if you're going to make profits, you try and maximize the cheapest inputs. See, some people say, "Oh, you shouldn't regulate things." I disagree. I don't believe in regulating pricing. That means you should leave the market to determine pricing. Governments are abysmally bad, and they will actually create inefficiencies. They'll create shortages, and they will also create the wrong signaling to the market. But, and this is the but, they can still exclude certain things out. Like, it's illegal to sell drugs. You know what I mean? Or illegal to sell drugs without a prescription. That is actually putting a restriction in the market, but that's doing it for a social reason, for health reasons. So this is what they could do when it comes to animal fats or whatever, or to these toxic seed oils or whatever else we're putting in. That's not, that's a health intervention, and that's a justified health intervention, like we do with drugs, narcotics, or with cyanide or whatever. You got to have some controls because people can misuse these things or do inappropriate things. So that's where you need to have that. But unfortunately, with the food industry being so powerful, you're not going to get it. So it's, I blame less the market. The market just follows signals. If you put new regulation in for those sort of things, some things need to be regulated. And so we don't have bad outcomes for the citizens of a society. Unfortunately, politicians have sold their soul to a lot of the food industry and big pharma, and they do the complete opposite. And they regulate the wrong things and not the things that should be regulated, which is the stuff that's actually causing a lot of social damage and harm to people. Yes. Yeah, it's apparently if you're dealing with clearing out lard and or tallow or stuff like that. Yes, as a youngster, I used to have to help my dad deal with that sort of to replace the oils, and so yes, I know exactly what you mean. So yeah, the other stuff you can drain out the seed oils you can just drain very easily out, clean it up, and then replace the other seed oils. Where with tallow, you've got to basically remove it. It's hard, it's solidified, which is good because it's stable, in room temperature. And you take it out, and then you have to clear it out and all that, and then put in the other big block, because you used to buy that in these metal cans, which had these big, large ones, and me and Dad had to lift it and just drop it in. So yeah, I know exactly that sort of stuff and cleaning those things out. So not very fun. But I can tell you the tallow stuff, way nicer, the chips, and way nicer the food. Obviously I wouldn't. I'd be just frying meats in the tallow nowadays, and other things like that. And I'd use pork rinds to basically create a batter, like and fry them in that sort of stuff. That'd be nice in that regard. But yes, yeah, it was a different era. I look forward to when there's less scientists that are selling their souls to hold on to academic tenure and start doing some really good research again and restoring some of the ancestral foods. So I hope to see those times. Yes, you do. And more sick people. Yes, you do. I don't think they're more addictive. No, I don't honestly think they're more addictive. I just think that they are more unhealthy, high in deuterium and damaging the mitochondria. That's really the problem with seed oils and the large amount of oxidative stress that they put, the high amount of aldehydes they put in the system, which causes damage to the lipid membranes of all the cells and in your body, which is putting a lot of that additional damage and oxidative stress. It's literally ripping electrons off. And as a consequence, you end up with a lot of oxidative stress and issues. So, and the body there's a rate limiting ability to deal with this oxidative stress, and the body just gets overwhelmed, and you get accumulated senescence and damage that builds up into pathology, so over time. And it's what happens after a couple of decades, this constant assault. You get a lot of damage, to the cells and to the mitochondria. It's really severe. And not only even the cardiolipin, which gets damaged as well, so you can't maintain a protein gradient for basically the ATP synthase to work properly at a higher speed, and the too many protons as well. Neutrons as well in this heavy deuterium-rich concentration that's in the mitochondria tends to basically go through and damage these nanomotors over time. So it's just causing senescence and it's aging the mitochondria, reducing your energy capacity. It's just really bad stuff, unfortunately. It's really bad. We've been doing this sort of stuff for a very long time and causing a lot of problems. Yeah, I remember those days as well, all that sort of stuff. The old Chinese had the organ clock, and them it was normal that they digest different at different times. Okay, interesting. Oops. Thanks for that, Alex. Did get it through, but she wasn't appropriately attired, so she sort of said, "Oh well, I can't be bothered actually changing my clothing." So fair enough. Hopefully, we'll get her on next time. If she, at the end, it's all. I don't try and force anybody. If somebody wants to come on, fine. If they don't, or if they're not, they don't feel comfortable at that moment, that's fine. So it's usually. I mean, I got Jared to come in earlier today, and it gave him an opportunity to talk about what's happening in Canada. So that was interesting. It'll be interesting for some people to get a bit of an insight what's happening there in the Trudeau dictatorship. Mid-60s, my dad has stomach bleeding this past week. So much he needs 2 blood pressure to replenish his iron levels. Any advice from the good people? I can't give medical advice, Ban Parlis. I don't know exactly what he state. And I suspect that this is probably due to H. pylori. And I don't know whether your dad's taking, blood pressure meds. But, if you really want to suppress H. pylori, which can cause some of this bleeding from ulcerations and also reduce ulceration. I've actually done a video on reducing ulcerations using taurine. So you'd have to use high doses like 10 grams. That's one. And the other thing is you'd have to use that Ruteri, the one that's actually, taurine and Ruteri both attack and suppress H. pylori, period. There's research on that. And on the other side, in actually healing and improving the damage to the lining of the stomach, taurine plays a big role for that. But you've got to take very high doses. Now, if you're on blood pressure meds or lithium, there's issues. That. I've talked about it multiple times. And so, and that's why I cannot give you advice on that. You'd have to go and check the video on lithium and, these sort of interactions between medications. There may be some other medications, newer medications, which I haven't researched. So it is a hard thing to basically advise people. But if he's not on blood pressure meds, in that regard, I would definitely take the taurine slowly, step him up. Don't go rapidly like mad, because remember, there's a lot of electrolyte disturbances. So you go 2, 4, 6, 8. You step up every week, and over a couple of weeks, you get him up to that sort of 10 grams. I know some people go above that up to 14 grams. I tend to say 10 grams. It may take a bit longer. It's because that's the only research I've got to back myself up. If anybody like from YouTube says, well, why are you advising higher than that? I know some people have done, but I can't advise only up to 10 because that's what I've got research to back. If I'm in any way confronted, so to speak, I need to protect myself as well. So this is definitely not medical advice to your dad. But this is what the literature has shown. This is what I've presented in a lot of my videos and stuff like that on taurine. So, you need to consider that, discuss it with his physician, discuss it with your dad, and see whether he's prepared to even try this sort of stuff. So I'll leave it in your capable hands to deal with that sort of issue. But you would need to take those things because you need to basically suppress H. pylori. You need to basically also improve the ulcerations and all that. And check out my videos. Just Google Harry Serpanos taurine and you'll find a lot of those videos that cover some of these aspects. Anyway, protein in general helps. But at the end of the day, you need to deal with the culprit, and the culprit is H. pylori in many cases, that is creating a lot of these ulcerations and stuff like that. And it means that basically he's probably got very low stomach acidity, so his pH is much higher, so he can't absorb things properly. That's why he's having malabsorption. That's the other thing. Taurine will improve the absorption of nutrients, because it'll actually lower the pH and all that, and also heal these, ulcer type damage. So yeah, it's a problem with a lot of people. Inappropriate eating for very, very long can affect people very different ways, especially if they've had a meat deficiency for a very long time. You did say stomach earlier. Now you're talking about gut as well. So is that diverticulitis on as well, and blood stuff like that as well? Yeah, well, usually that's due to fiber, a lot of the diverticulitis issues. So is he basically eats too much plant-based, like a lot of other people? Unfortunately, not enough taurine. They tend to get a lot of diverticulitis, and I don't know whether you're going to convince him to give up plants. It's going to be a hard sell, let's put it that way. But a carnivore diet would definitely improve these things over time, with a bit of biohacking of the other, of putting some of the ruteri stuff in there with the taurine and stuff like that. But if you're going to convince him, good luck. Some people sometimes are so caught up in the basic medical system. At most, you may just convince him to give him some taurine, and and as long as he's not on blood pressure meds where you need a whole lot of adjustments and stuff like that, which complicates things even further, as you can understand. Good luck with it. I've given you all I can. This is not medical advice. You need to consider it, discuss with the people involved, and hopefully you can sort things out. But, go and check those videos that I've made. There is research there. I put all my research in the actual description. So if you need to use some of that and go, look, why don't you read this? You can actually use that research to back up these arguments that I'm making. Because sometimes people need to see things before they will consider things. It's just the way it is. Especially if they've got a lot of cognitive dissonance and a lot of pre-existing assumptions about a lot of things, in particular meat. What is causing insatiable thirst? Simple, mate. Simple. Cravings for is dehydration. As soon as I break my fast, I begin to crave water. Then I pee it out and the cycle continues. I hate it. I don't think I'm dehydrated. My pee is very light in color. Okay. For some reason, you're not accessing, when you go back to eating, what are you eating? Because you seem to be basically responding. So when you go back, you shouldn't be basically, if you're accessing water from breaking down fat in a fasted state, and you're producing basically metabolic water from free fatty acids from long chain fats, then when you go back, you should be in a ketogenic low carbohydrate state, and you should be still producing water from either the fat you're consuming or the actual, depending on how much fat is coming in through the mouth, and the remainder or some of it from the actual body. You should not then have cravings. That's some sort of derangement. It's either sorry, there's either some sort of need a de-dust. It's either some sort of derangement that is actually happening from something that you're eating. I don't know what you're eating. So when you start eating, you start getting, that means you're having a very strong insulin sort of spike. For some reason, your glucagon must be too low. The only thing that I can think that could actually cause this insulin, this glucagon to be too low where it can't control a temper, and then you actually get this craving, is probably there's some sort of hormonal system that's slightly out of whack for whatever reason. What did you say? I don't have carbs at all. Do you think this derangement will go away over time? It should. Technically, it should. How long have you been doing the carnivore diet and all this sort of stuff? How long? Just tell me how long you've been doing it so I can get an understanding. Maybe you're not very fat adapted, and so you're having problems in transcripting the right enzymes, and maybe it's just a matter of time until your body normalizes. 4 months. Oh, that's you probably may not be fully fat adapted and properly. So it may usually take some people up to 6 months or more. So until things sort of normalize in that regard. Yeah. I usually say to people that if you've got a bit of problems like that, do you supplement any taurine, and how much? How much do you supplement in terms of taurine, and how much, or did you just recently start it? Have you done any taurine nut in this period? Just let me know so I know, so I'm trying to gauge what's happening, because that seems very, very strange. You should be able to generate from your own fat and the fat that's coming in sufficient water. Okay. So I supplement 10 to 15 a day. Started 3 weeks ago, but it's this shitty brand, not your recommended life now. Okay. So was this happening before or after taurine? So has this been happening since you started carnivore, or is it just happened recently? Because that'll give me a bit of an idea if. So what is it? Has it happened, or has it just been continuous and taurine has no relevancy to it? It took Dave about 6 months to normalize, but I'm just trying to gauge whether been happening a month into carnivore. Okay, so it happened way in the beginning. Okay, so it's probably an adaptation thing and all that. Because what the water content in your body and the electrolytes are basically improved with taurine in that regard. But it's not going to fix these sort of issues in terms of water production So what was your past diet? What was your past? Yeah, I didn't think taurine would change anything. It's just it more regulates and balance. It's a regulator. It doesn't really change dramatically thing. Um, but I always ask these things because I've had other people tell me, and they either take some drug or they take some medication or something, and then they've had some reaction, and then I've gone back to research and found some literature why it happens. So I always want to know because there's always outlying things. Uh, this would make sense. My insulin goes up, response to a meal, and I don't produce metabolic water. That's why I don't like to break my fast. Okay, so you're having an overexpression of insulin. Okay, so for some reason your glucagon levels are not counteracting that. Okay, you're doing good. 3 weeks of doing 10 to 15 grams of taurine isn't going to fix the glucagon problem. So there may be an underlying pancreas issue that hasn't been resolved and still being healed. Maybe the islet cells within the pancreas. It does take time. Remember that I did the video recently on people with the pancreas and islet cells. It can take a number of months to a number of years for some people to just sort that out. Look, a lot of people have different issues, and it can take a bit longer than others. You've got to be patient in that regard. It may be an option in your case if you're having this more pronounced insulin response to, rather than having one big meal or whatever like the rest of us do, which only have this more normal response. Maybe splitting up your meals in your case, maybe smaller meals, may be a better option in order to get less of an insulin response. And so to be able to still tap into metabolic water. You know what I mean? So this may be, you may have to do something slightly different until your pancreas issues resolve and improve. So, and that can take some time to improve that side of things. It took Dad with his kidneys to, improve that. We've been going at it for nearly 2 years now plus, and it's been improving slightly, much better than what it was with the recent results that we got from his tests. So it does take time, and how old you are, like Alex has said, can take longer. So the older you are, it can take longer to heal things and improve things and all that. So as I said to people, it's patience. Some people have got less mitochondrial damage, less damage. It takes them quicker. Others can take them longer. It's just one of those things. Yes. So persist with it. Keep on going at it. Split your meals up to lower that insulin response. For some reason, you're not secreting sufficient glucagon to balance insulin, and you're overexpressing. I was eating a lot of McDonald's, KFC for 10 years. I'm 21. Then I became interested in health so far. I eat shitloads of I began to eat tons of lean meats because I thought it was healthy. Yeah, a lot of people do. That tends to actually increase deuterium and tends to damage more of the mitochondria. Yeah, we need fats, and that means you may be not very fat adapted. That means because you've done. So even in the past, when I was doing a sad diet, I was still getting some fats in, some animal fats and stuff like that. And if you're doing very lean meats, what ends up happening is your body becomes more glycolytic, and it can take a number, you've only been doing it for 4 months to shift. It can take up to, for some people I've heard, anywhere between 8 to 2 years to shift. And so in your case, you may have to do these smaller meals to reduce that insulin response. So it's like, it's not exactly it's not like like a fasting mimicking diet, but it's just a way of actually reducing the insulin response, so we can keep the insulin a bit lower, with every meal, like little mini meals. And so because until your pancreas improves, and it improves its sort of health, and then you're able to still its insulin is not high enough to impede water production. Try that and see how that improves. I was at 10 grams of fat a day for some amount of time. I watched Durian, right? Okay. So you did a lot of that sort of, yeah, he's got a lot of pancreas issues. He's, he really damaged his pancreas during, and a lot of people like, for instance, people like that did all the carb loading, sugar loading and stuff like that. They did, a lot of athletes did a lot of it, ended up doing a lot of this sort of damage to their pancreas. And, pancreas is one of those organs that, yeah, you're doing probably the right amount. Tend to, that high amount of taurine is probably really good to heal. You really have to be at those high levels. And so that part, you've probably heard me say that before. That's a good level to be to try and heal much faster. Above that, you're not going to get much returns, diminishing returns. But at that level, it will work in improving. But it will take time. I don't know how much damage you've done to your pancreas. So that's another issue in itself. And Alex is right. Durian Wright is a bloody cockwomble idiot. Yes. So, but unfortunately, you've probably done some pancreatic damage, and it will take how long it will take. It will take. You will notice as things improve that you'll be able to tolerate much more higher. You won't get this overexpression of insulin, and because for some reason you're not generating enough glucagon to temper it down and maintain it in that sort of lower 1.3 ratio. So you're overexpressing. So the only way is to break your meals to smaller meals in order to be able to not overexpress insulin, to be able to deal with the ability to generate some metabolic water from the fat. Yeah, it's a bugger, but that's all you can do at the moment until you can start improving that whole way that it works. Keep at it, mate. Keep at it. As I say, Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither does our health get fixed so quickly. So Dr. Quack. Yes, our dear friend H. pylori causes plenty of problems. Harry, are you familiar with quark or gyros in Greek? It's really available in dairy products in Europe and great and cheap way to get some protein in. Yeah, I don't think I can get it in Australia. So, yeah, I'm familiar with it, but I don't think I can get it here. I haven't seen, maybe in specialty shops, I probably could take a look around, but no, I haven't seen any for many a moons. Definitely not more to do with pancreas issues. It's good that you guys gave it a bit of a go about these things. But hydration is my specialty. So, especially fat hydration. Oh, God. It's an impossible contradiction trying to follow. So Dad cheats all the time and never heals. Yeah. Yeah. Difficult. Glycating factors can actually be reduced with taurine, but as I said, if he's on blood pressure meds, it just complicates things. Not an easy situation. You know, my dad actually listened to me. He saw how I improved my health from being a slab on a table, having my chest ripped open, and then saw how much I improved, and then said, maybe Harry's onto something, and then was willing to listen. Sometimes, yeah, it's hard for a father to listen to a son. I know, because Dad wasn't like that in the beginning, but once he saw my improvements, he started going, maybe he's onto something. So, yeah, and sort of changed and in a sense, he's improved himself. He's become more muscular, more stronger, more fitter. He feels healthier. He's, a lot of things have improved. And as a consequence, he goes, well, now he's interested in listening to all my suggestions, where before, so it takes time. You've got to be patient. Remember, your dad was the one looking after you, the one that basically was advising you, was mentoring you. It's the reverse, and it's sometimes hard, and you've got to work with your father, Ban Parlis, and be patient. Does anyone know what is happening with vegan deterioration? YouTube. It was somebody, it was taken down and all that. I've said that I said into my last video that people should go and use, where you can actually go under your channel. You can go right down and leave like a message, and you can actually take a picture of her channel and say, I subscribe to this channel and I want it back on. And, and basically, the more of us that demand her channel be brought back, it'll be brought back. It's been taken down by YouTube due to somebody complaining within the veganerized community. That's what's happened. So, yeah, people just need to, oops. So if you go under your, when you hit your icon in your channel, where you can actually get your channel, and you'll get your name, manage the Google account. If you go right to the bottom, it says send feedback. On that send feedback, you've got the option of taking a snapshot. Option of taking a snapshot. I'll just share this for a sec. Okay, so let me just click away over here. So when you go under your, manage under your icon, go right down to here, send feedback, and then just take a snapshot, a screenshot of her. So go to her account, and then basically pop it in there and provide some feedback and complain that you want the channel back. That's what a number of us have done, and hopefully we can get her account back. So Char's account can get reinstated. So that's what we're hoping and we're pushing. So that's what you need to basically do to help her get her account back. That's pretty much it. So I'm not going to go there because I want to listen to this physicist from Greece. So I don't want to lose that one. So hold on, I can probably Google. Let me just. So if people want to go, that's her account. I'll pop that in. So you can basically, do the feedback and the snapshot, and then basically tell them that you want her account restored. And, if you're a subscriber, you've got a legitimate right to basically say, well, I want that person's account back. So yeah, so that's what's happened, unfortunately, and we need to basically campaign in for Char's account and try and get her back on, because she does really good work in exposing some of these mothers who are vegans and are putting their kids in danger and all that. And I think this is where the bullshit has come against her, which is unfortunate. But we need to fluffy rainbow, and a lot of us, you guys, we need to sort of support her. Get out there and give your support to Char and try and get her back on. I've got my mum. Yep. His score was CAC score 3,500. Yeah. Well, that means his plaque's at least stable, and if it's stable, and if he stops doing any more damage, the body will slowly, if he gets on a species appropriate diet, the body will slowly clear all that out. That's what it's supposed to do. So she got a new account, Char Omni. Really? Okay. Um, This is an old account. Are you sure that it's this one? You said recent? Is it a new account? Why am I getting somebody's account from? Okay, must be this one. There's no other one. So it must be this one then. Account Bert. So please confirm that it's this one. Because it looks like it's a bit going after all these. So this may be her alternative one. It's only got videos. Her homepage doesn't say much. And she's got no playlist, no community, no under the about. She's got nothing. And this is an old account that's on the 17th of April. Maybe this was an old one before she created Vegan Deterioration. She had this one originally. She's gone back to it. Maybe, I don't know. I got no idea. So if it's that one, please let us know if it is or not, or whatever, because I got no idea. And I would like to know so I can actually, if that is the one, Bert, please let me know if you're still here. It looks like it probably is. Anyway, I'm going to say I'd be looking for a new doctor. Yeah, me too. Yes. Yeah, sometimes the old people don't want to leave. Actually, this is where my father is good. You know, the other doctor, he wasn't really happy with him. Yes, that's the one. Videos are recent through. If anyone knows anything else, chime in, please. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's all. I mean, I searched for that and I found it. That was the one. Yeah. Yeah, I may contact her through the week and find out what, but I don't know what a email is. It's anything. Is it? I'll see. Maybe I may contact Bart and actually have a chat with him, and he should have her email. Maybe he can get her on, and she can basically have a bit of a chat and talk to him about what's happening and stuff like that. So at least we can actually find out what's happening with her channel. Is she shifting to this one? Has she given up with YouTube on trying to restore the vegan deterioration one, or is she still fighting for that? I just don't know. Has she parked it? Maybe she's parked it temporarily to avoid, a bit like Bobby, all videos are gone. No, Bobby Perspective was a mass reporter striker correlation. Yeah, maybe she's done something like Bobby did, parking his whole to avoid losing the channel. So maybe she's done something similar, potentially. We don't know. So we'll see. We'll find out. Yeah. I'll email Barton tomorrow and actually ask him to see whether he can email her and get her on and find out what the hell's going on. So we'll see. Because she's a great lady. She's done really good videos in exposing the crazy antics within the veganerized community, in particular with young kids and all that, which is quite horrific, the damage they are causing their children. So, and these things need to be exposed because a lot of young people are going down this pathway and putting the next generation at risk. We can't have that. How's it going, Commodore? We're talking about YouTube here, mate. Bruce Lee, we're talking about YouTube. You could be basically a deranged vegan that actually threatens people with death and bashing them and assault and and literally killing babies and all sorts of things. And you can come back. But if you're basically somebody who criticizes these lunatics, you basically can, suffer the consequences. This is what crazy world we live in. A very, very crazy, crazy world. Metro Man and their body dysmorphia. Is that what you guys are talking about? I missed all that. Yes. I must have missed that generation. I was too old. Yeah, I think so. I suspect there are other things at play, Tracy, that need to be probably investigated. And fat also helps with constipation as well. But we don't even know whether a deck's gone now, but we don't even know whether this other lady's actually even on a carnivore diet. So, I think she's not, from the way Tracy talked about her. Oh, I got to you, mate. Eventually, I got to you, mate. Distracted by a mountain of bacon and scrambled eggs. God, don't remind me of that sort of stuff. I love, scrambled eggs and bacon. Oh, God. And it's 9:20 here. So you can't be giving me these food cravings at night. See what Dave does? He turns up in the morning at his end of the world and just puts the bacon in front of me and just like it's like a with Dave and his bacon, it's like a red rag to a bull. Yes, yes. Where's my bacon? Yes, Dave, you did it to me again. God, a couple of weeks back, I binged on bacon for a couple of days. God. And I did actually do some scrambled eggs and bacon, and yeah, I did a lot of different combinations. I did some omelets and bacon, yeah, and also grated Parmesan cheese over the omelet while it was still warm, so it could melt all over it. Decadent. Ah, yes. Yes. I mean, London Airport Hotel, there is never-ending supply of bacon, scrambled eggs in the buffet breakfast. All you can eat. Oh, God. You're still flying out, you realise that. You can't live in the hotel, in the airport. Just remember that, Dave. You're still flying out to Barcelona. So, but do enjoy yourself, you know. Nothing like a pre-flight binge on bacon. Smoked meats give me heartburn. Bacon is no go for me. Oh, you can't have smoked. Oh God, what a oh, actually causes you heartburn. Okay, interesting. I know it. I have heard that of other people as well, but I've never really investigated it. Hmm. I'll look into it at some stage, Bjorn. Let's put it that way. Now we can't have you missing out on smoked bacon and stuff like that. That's a no-no. So we've got to find a solution for that one. Pascal? No, not all of it is. Not all of it is. But I do buy my smoked. I love it because sometimes I'll have it smoked and I'll have it raw. It's all pastured, and it's so it's what they call foraging, free foraging. We got good sauce down here. I wouldn't buy from the mainland. I wouldn't eat it raw if it was from the mainland. I'd cook it. But the sauce that I get it from, I know that it's fine. When I had to do night and 8 at night, it nearly killed me. The smell of the night shift in the morning was legendary. Yep. Look, most people in that middle age, he's young. He's a young doctor, and he can tolerate. A lot of young people can tolerate, eating at night. I used to. I mean, I remember back when I was in my 20s, late 20s and early 30s. I used to go out in nightclubs and eat shitloads of food, drink shitloads of stuff, and I could tolerate. I could go to sleep right after. I had no problems. I do that now. I'm absolutely stuffed, So you can tolerate far more when you're younger. You can get away with far more. Doesn't mean it's species appropriate and circadian rhythm appropriate. It's not what our ancestors did, but we can tolerate it in a younger age, definitely. But it can catch up to you in the long run. That's where sometimes N of ones can be not the best, approach to things. Not a problem, mate. There's a lot of gray areas. There's not enough research. There's a lot of areas where there could be genetics. There could be some, adjustments and certain things in our environment. There can be a lot of factors that can be in play. So we have to do a bit of experimentation sometimes to see where, with our genetics, with our conditions, with our lifestyle, where, those slight variations that will give us better results. But also don't get too hung up on that sort of stuff, because, stressing yourself too much can also be a negative that can make things worse even then when they're really not, just due to the stress management side of things as well. That can be a problem as well. That can exacerbate certain things. So focus on improvement, not on the condition as much. Pre-carnivore, I was addicted. Late night fridge raider, but just don't want to know nowadays. Exactly, me too. So yeah, very different. And I think sometimes doctors are the worst when it comes to circadian rhythm mismatches and stuff like that. And I don't think he's got enough knowledge when it comes to circadian rhythms and quantum biology and light and deuterium. I don't think he's got that knowledge in that area. So that's probably where he falls short. And he's younger, so he can tolerate more. That's where, but the reality is that I think that, yeah, it's not species appropriate and it's not circadian rhythms appropriate, because that's not what any ancestral group did. And even traditional societies did not do that, did not binge late at night. It's a modern day phenomenon of night shifts and stuff like that. Neither they work night shifts. People did not work night shifts. We are working, because of the Industrial Revolution, night shifts. We've become like part of the machine, the industrial machine. The machine never stops. And so that's where the shifts came in, the night shifts and all that. They're not natural. So agrarian societies and any other society, never, tribal societies lived by circadian rhythms. They did not live by, night shifts, I can tell you. So they're not very healthy long term. But a lot of doctors do. My cousin, who's a specialist, when he was younger, as a younger doctor, now he's, sort of older than me, and, he's senior head of his department and all that. But when he was younger, he did a lot of night shifts and stuff like that, But you could get away and ate in all sorts of absurd hours and stuff like that. I heard all sorts of stories. But being younger, you could get away with a bit like that. But the toll will mount up over time. Obviously, if you're on a species-appropriate diet, it's going to be less damaging, but it doesn't mean that it won't catch up to you at some stage if you do it for too long. Yep, see you, Thracy. She's probably already gone now, so... because that was a while, and I'm quite behind on in that regard. So let's move through, trying to catch up. Can you eat your large meal at 3 p.m. when working and everybody else eats at noon? Yes, I can. In my workplace, I can. So I usually have food that I've already prepared from home, and I just have to warm it up. And so while everybody's having afternoon coffee and tea and stuff like that, I will sit there, scoff down my food, put the stuff into the actual dishwasher at work, and walk away. Oh, that's right. I just remembered. I left something in the dishwasher, didn't I? Yeah. Be there on Monday, so it's probably washed by now. I just remembered. I forgot to retrieve it. Anyway, things you forget. So it's basically my container, my glass container with a lid. So I forgot to retrieve it. So I do have another container. I'll have to wash it out. Forgot about that. So yes. Anyway. Yeah, you probably, that can be probably an issue in some workplaces for sure. That definitely can be a bit of a. You may have to have with everybody else, the main meal, and have, two smaller snacks on both sides within still that time restricted feeding window of 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever works for you. So yeah, it's not always practical. Yeah, I understand. It's not always practical. Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. I sort of view it from the aspect, midday persistent hunters go out. They actually usually have their kill sometime in the midday. And by the time they've, because even Mary was talking about the Hudza walking for 3 to 4 hours. So if you've achieved the kill from the morning at about 12 o'clock or whatever, by the time you bring that back, it's going to be another 3 to 4 hours. You're going to be in the afternoon, in that early afternoon, mid-afternoon. That's when people were eating within the tribal group. So, and so that's what I'm trying to replicate in a sense. And remember, there were some of those tribal women there that were basically eating at about that time, and one was there that was jumping up and down, and she was basically 120 something. So she was a centenarian amongst those Maasai. So who am I to say that their circadian, sort of the way they eat and all that, is it the right way to go? Now, there are, pastoralists who also have these long lives and actually have 2 meals, and they have much earlier and slightly much, so they'll have like in that mid-morning, 10:30 to 11, and then they'll have, at around between 5 and 7, their other meal, their evening meal. And they also tend to basically live, quite a few of them. We know the Sardinians, we know the Acadians, we know a number of these who are pastoral in the way they eat. They also live pretty long. So who am I to say that it's a strict window between 12 and 3 or 4? So I'm not going to get too wound up about it, but I think that none of these people eat late in the evening. They eat within daylight, mostly within daylight. And so it seems the way to go. And I've seen better results from people, especially in the older age brackets, when they eat within daylight, mid-morning and early evening seems to be the best time before, the sun goes down, or the sun, So that seems to be the thing that you notice with, because why would they be eating in those hours? Because in the old days, there was no lighting, simply no lighting. You'd come back, you'd sit around a campfire with light, and then you're off to bed later on. So there was not enough lighting to basically be able to do many things. So, it's sit around a campfire and just talk about things of the day after you've had your meal. So there's less light to be able to comfortably eat. So that's why they ate in light time. So I think that's the natural way that we've consumed for most traditional populations and tribal populations. That's how they still eat to a large extent, even today. So who am I to oppose those circadian traditional matches? I think that there's a lot of validity to that. Now, exactly, 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock, or that sort of stuff, we're not going to get too wound up about that, as long as it's within those key times of mid-morning to early evening. So that sort of seems to be the best time area that seems to be much better for most people. It's also mid-morning. You've got the lowest cortisol level at about 11. Then it increases slightly and then comes down again. So it seems like DJ Projectus, good to see you, mate. So you're going back to Bulgaria, off to the cheese. I know where you're going, off to the goat and sheep cheese. Yeah, all that. Yeah. I just don't eat when I'm traveling. I just do not eat. I basically sync myself. I fast and sync myself with the local time And then when I get to that destination, if it's still daylight and still people, it's mid-afternoon, I'll have a meal and then stay up until it's evening and then go to bed and sync myself with the new location. Yes, they would be with more protein, like with Hello Kitty as well. Fair enough. Yeah, yeah. I know it's crazy at the moment. Not everybody's sort of, yeah. Hopefully they will drop that silliness as well. Yep, definitely is. Definitely is. Yeah, hopefully they do. They do. Yeah, it definitely is. Look, all the sites, they have different adjusted prices. There's postage and handling issues. Some provide free postage. It's all over the place. So you have to shop around a bit. For Australia, if you get enough quantity, I think it's about close to $50 or whatever. If you get enough quantity, you usually do pretty well. You really you get free postage with Australia Post. So it depends on how much. Over a certain amount, you don't get any more, and under a certain amount, you don't. So I always, will get some additional stuff. I usually bulk order certain things. So buy two or three. I save my postage, and then I don't have to order for some time. So I'm going to use it. So in that regard, so there's that sort of way. Yeah, it's still, yeah. Hopefully, though, they'll start dropping some of these restrictions. Just been gone on for far too long. Yep, that's when she had gone. So I think we all said goodbye to her. So yep, and that was me putting up. Yeah, there's all. Yeah, it's the unfortunate situation with all these too many country restrictions and this restriction and that. You got to check different websites to try and find that sort of stuff. Yeah, it is alarming. In a couple of places, it is. It is a bit of a problem. So it varies. It really varies. So in some it is, and some, yeah, yeah. Like in Pascal can get 20,000 IUs in Germany. In Australia, it's 2,000 IUs, the highest you can actually buy from a pharmacy. It's freaking crazy. Some pharmacies only provide 1,000 IUs. I mean, God almighty, 5 tablets to have 5,000 or 10 tablets to have 10,000. It's a joke. When you can sit out in the sun and get 10 to 20,000 IUs, depending on how long you stay in the sun. Yes. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, it depends on the country, on the level that it is. Yeah, you can get 20 if the yeah. I think in Australia you can also get as well. Yeah, so there's similar restrictions, I suspect, in Austria as well, where you are. Are you? I think you are there currently, are you? Aren't you? And yeah. Oh, that was the Australian AU is the Australian country code. Usually, when you click on the iHerb thing, it will automatically go to the nearest one based um, on your IP address. So, which country you're, you know, it seems to actually even work out, even if you use a VPN, which is quite interesting. For not, I don't think with iHerb, but some of the other sites there, so it depends on the site and what sort of information they're actually grabbing. So, but then again, if you give them the wrong country destination, you can't get it sent there. So you need to get off a VPN and do it the proper way. So to see what's restricted and what isn't in your country area. Are there any symptoms indicating the body is getting rid of stored seed oil, PUFAs, and how does vitamin E affect that? You only need a low dose. If you're in a low carbohydrate state, because your glutathione will recycle a lot of that. So you only need that jarrow, the toco, which has got because of complete vitamin E, has a different tocotrienols, it has a different sizes of the little and what they do is they electron down, and what are over time stored PUFA that can be stabilized with donating electrons and stabilizing it with a low dose vitamin E. So, and it can take up to stored PUFA, because you turn over your cells over 70 years. So it can take up to 70 years to really clear out everything, depending on the level of exposure, 4 to 7 years of stored PUFA. So, and there's no real test to, unless you do a biopsy. So they only know from biopsies how long it can take at a certain threshold. But then again, there hasn't been enough research to, we know generally turnover 7 years, definitely. I did it for about that amount of time. But there is people saying out there that you may only need 4 years if you've only had very low exposure and don't have a lot of adiposity, so not as much stored PUFA in your adipose tissue. So, and only may need up to 4 years. But if you're overweight, when you are basically absorbing a lot of these, consuming a lot of these PUFAs, then you may have to consider up to 7 to 10 years. So it can vary. Obviously, if you're in a low carbohydrate state and you're just losing and releasing small amounts into the bloodstream, you can stabilize that. You've got sufficient upregulated glutathione intracellular antioxidants to deal with it. So you may not require, maybe the stuff that you're getting from eggs and stuff like that. The vitamin E is just enough. So it's just sort of, if you've been exposed to too much in the past, it's sort of a safe approach to use a low dose vitamin E, like the Jarrow one, which is the Toco one. If you do Jarrow, TOCO, Toco, you'll find the brand that's got this low dose and a lot of tocotrienols, which is these shorter versions of the part of the vitamin E complex that are required, because they penetrate into cell membranes to different depths, to electron down to different parts of the tissue. So that is important. Ah, yes. I'm glad you like that. Yes. Meat deficiency is definitely what a lot of people out there suffer, unfortunately. Is there no taurine loading phase such as creatine? Definitely not. You seem to recommend constant doses and upper limit, but I haven't heard you argue for loading. No, I don't argue for loading, because I just want, the thing is, taurine gets depleted from a lot of things. As you're healing and fixing things, because it plays an antioxidant role, plays a lot of regulatory roles. And there's a lot of things that deplete it. So a lot of things in our environment, like mold, like xenoestrogens, like a lot of things from plastics, a lot of things that deplete sulfur amino acids, in particular taurine. So we may need more. Now, you could actually reduce the requirement for taurine if you supplemented, for instance, choline, because choline can actually reduce xenoestrogens. It can methylate them away. That's another strategy. So taking a bit of choline, like a gram or two, can reduce the requirements for taurine slightly. So you can play around with those sort of things. That is another methylation pathway, the choline betaine pathway. But there's other regulatory roles in there. There's other things like oxalates and many other things that we've done to our body, or we're exposed, depending on our work environment, that may be depleting our sulfurs. So the requirements can vary. I usually, as you know, ask people what their conditions are. Usually for most people, a couple of grams is all they need. For others, they may need more, depending on their circumstances and what they're trying to heal and in what time frame they're trying to heal, how quick, stuff like that. So there's a lot of factors. And that's why I usually ask people to send me an email or to leave a comment, and I'll comment on it and provide me sufficient information so I can provide some useful commentary advice, which is not medical advice again. It is my opinion, what I would do in similar circumstances. Let me make that quite crystal clear. Yeah, it will. It will. Give it time. You're only doing, you're very early in the piece. And I think we covered all that earlier when I was talking and looking at your messages. So we've covered all that. Now, stick to smaller meals. Don't exacerbate all these constant fasts and all that. It's not what you want to do. Just stick to smaller meals and play around with that and see how to, because you want to basically you don't want to become, because if you're constantly fasting, you'll end up nutrient deficient and you'll create other problems, thyroid problems and other issues for yourself. You don't want to do that. What you want to do is to basically try to temper down as you heal your pancreas, temper down your basically your insulin secretion. So you want to try and actually normalize all these things. Can take a while, and you've got to be patient. Yeah, he's young. He'll heal much faster than somebody in my age if they had the same issues. You've got great imagination, Alex. Thanks, I hope so. Actually, my granddad died from pancreatic cancer, and it was quite worrying. Yep, look, don't. You're young. You can still heal your pancreas. Don't get that thing out of your mind. Okay, you're on a low deuterium diet. You're not going to damage your pancreas anymore. You're going to start healing it. So focus on healing, focus on the future, on getting better. That was your granddad's, because he continued on a chemo diet, and maybe you've got genetic predisposition to be more vulnerable to pancreatic issues. Some people are more vulnerable. That's why they get diabetes 1, they get, and things like that. They're more vulnerable. So you really need to heal. You're at a young age where you can still heal your pancreas. And taurine plays a very important role in healing and improving the islet cells, as you saw in my recent video covering the pancreas. So focus on the healing and try to remove the stresses, so to speak. And taurine should help lower those stresses anyway, which is a good thing. So keep the faith and keep the plan going, the species appropriate plan, and in time you will improve. So don't worry, please. It's not good to worry too much. We need Elon to buy Susan out to yes. Elon maybe not the savior many think he is. Very true. He does have some ideas about, AIs and all sorts of other things. Even while he criticizes the dangers of them, he sort of has a tendency to have a bit of a misanthropic view. I don't think out of nastiness or evilness, but more out of, his concern about humans, but it's the wrong way of concern. Maybe because he doesn't have faith, so that's why he's gone down the wrong pathway. Good morning, Lukey. How are you, mate? Good to see you here. Good cop, bad cop routine. That's one way of calling it. And he likes his meat, being a South African. Yes, they do. They do definitely do like their meats. That was Char's new channel. I've read a comment of hers that she was fighting to restore vegan deterioration channel. Yes, she is. So we need to basically use that way of commenting to YouTube and telling them to restore her channel. What? Really? Oh, is that why I haven't had any recent notifications? Bloody hell. What the hell's happening? That's concerning. It is bloody concerning. Yeah. I've been a bit very careful with my copyright stuff as well. I'll put it up if it flags it. I won't. I basically now put it into like a scheduled, see what happens, because the YouTubey sort of nonsense that comes up, and try and see what. Yeah, I'm very cagey, and yeah, I even actually tried where I had just steals of certain things, and I got a remark from the AI, and I go, maybe I'll change that a bit. Yeah, it seems to be a bit more brutal at the moment on some of the copyright stuff, so you got to be very, very careful. But it makes it difficult for fair use, all these bloody restrictions. So acting like a true Karen, yeah, very much, very much. Pat, good to see you again. Yeah, so it's problematic to say the least in that regard. Harry, people used to eat multiple times for protein synthesis. Is it the same as one meal? Yep, makes no difference. As long as you're getting the nutrients that you need, the bolus, the peristalsis will slow down, the stomach emptying will slow down. It'll all be processed. If you put more in the stomach, it'll take more hours to denature it into simple amino acids. So yeah, it's all demand driven, buddy. It's all demand driven, and it's all demand driven, pretty much. Because we've done the experiments. I've got actually a video on my channel. Should if you Google it on protein, sugar, Harry Serpanos, and it actually covers that point. They've done the experiments multiple times, increasing the amount of protein in, and as long as you don't put sugar in there, sugar does not increase. This is people which are completely sedentary. It'll only increase to a certain amount. That's it. The only time it actually will go slightly above baseline is when you exercise, and that's normal because the body is anticipating and saying, I need to produce a bit more. That's still demand driven because it's anticipating that the body is moving and it may require more, and it'll actually produce slightly more. just because it elevates, so insulin is still low because glucagon is tempering it down. So it's not going to put it away. It just means the resident time is slightly longer. It's like in the morning, the dawn effect. You slightly go up because of the cortisol effect to give you a bit of extra glucose. Insulin does not rise, and a bit of free fatty acid, because it's giving you the energy to get going. It's the same thing when you exercise. It'll bump it up, but you won't get a crash as long as you don't put glucose in there. The moment you put glucose, then you overactivate insulin. That's when you get the crash, which is what sad dieters do by having every 2 hours this binging on and gluconeogenesis. The moment glucagon goes down, gluconeogenesis switches off. The moment glucagon is up, that creates demand-driven glucose. Insulin is lower, that 1.3 ratio. So you can't get, so it's demand-driven, but it's not correct. The body can't know exactly how much it has to have every moment. It can't anticipate what you're going to do. You may be sitting there doing nothing, and then in the next step, get up and start running around and chasing a cat or your kid or whatever. You may need a bit more for your brain. You may need a bit more for your muscles. You may need a bit more for other things. So that's when, it will never get it accurate, always overdo a bit or underdo a bit or whatever. As long as it doesn't go massively out, and that can only happen if you put it down your throat. The amount of demand driven is just slightly above or slightly below, or that. It's usually slightly above in order to anticipate the needs. But with glucagon tempering insulin, it's going to be a bit more longer resident time. That doesn't mean it's actually produced more in terms of supply. It's just basically anticipating demand in the body. So it's still demand driven. G'day, mate. How's it going? Where can I get red light bulbs? There depends which country you're in. Depends where you are on the planet and all that. If you go to this is the company that that I got the stuff from. It's an Australian company. They're a bit more pricier, but they make a good product. But they're, you may have to investigate further. But this is the company that I got the product from. And they do have sites in a couple of other countries. So if you go, there's, if you check the right at the top, they've got like a store selection, AU, New Zealand, UK. Outside that sort of in any other country, I don't know. Honestly, I just don't know. So I can't help you on that if those are not part of your country. You may want to investigate to see the closest country out of those and see what the pricing is and what the postage and handling is and stuff like that. So do go gallstones. Next, good to see it. Make dropping weight harder to achieve. Yes. You currently don't offer consultancies, right? Exactly. I don't. I used to do a couple and they were all free in the early days, but now I have no bloody time I can hardly keep up with my emails or my comments because there's so many new subscribers and it's just too much, Pascal. So I usually recommend to people, if you want addiction type stuff, go and actually Pim Johnson. So if you look in you go to the top, to the bottom, Adek's here as well. She's another person that does consultancies. So you can actually go and speak to Adek as well. So she's right at the bottom there. You can actually see Adek, and you can actually contact her and get an email and discuss with her. There's Bart Kay, there's Mary Ruddock, and Pim does a lot of the addiction type stuff. So there's a couple of people there that I usually recommend, and they're in my in my basically featured channels. So go and actually contact one of those people and find out. I usually occasionally do some free ones for people with intractable issues like cancer stuff that are really in a metastatic state. They're very sick. They've got a they're very getting closer to death, and to give them options and stuff like that. And I have done a whole raft of cancer videos. There is a playlist for anybody that has those sort of issues, but that's where I sort of focus a bit. Yep. So you can actually see there, Adex put up hers SBG gang. So Google that. Have you got a sort of a URL for that? Hold on. So if you need, basically, as Adex said, for coaching, is that that's a steak and butter gang. So they have this one here, and you can ask for a deck. So that's that one. And they also, you guys have got a Instagram and a Facebook one. So that's the, come on. No, they're different. It's a number of them that have got the same sort of Instagram sort of, no, very different. Not that one. Anyway, there's that one there. That's the main one. Yep. So people just go to that one and ask for a deck, and go from there. So Pascal, I sleep so good now that I'm taking taurine that I go to sleep at a reasonable hour. I'm happy for you. That's good to hear. I had to go all the way, like with the bulbs and the glasses and the taurine and all that, and now I have great sleep as well. I just love it that it can leave for a bit and come back to continue to listen to Harry again. Yeah, I'm still running it at the moment. I'm about to pull the plug, not too far away, but yeah, it's a bit unrelated. But any thoughts on human natural and sexual selection pressures, mate? That would be a half an hour discussion. So it'll have to be, I'm about to pull the plug. Ask me next time, and ask me earlier, so I will basically get into something like that and go into the anthropological stuff, because that would take way, way too long. Yes. Oops. It just jumped. It jumped. Damn, it jumped. Not a problem. Yeah, you too, mate. You too. Appreciate it. And that was all that, and that was that, and that was that. See, I'm nearly at the bottom. See how fast I am sometimes? There have been a lot of I've died in bodybuilding. Is that also the huge sort of steroids? Yeah, a lot of it's steroids. A lot of it's sort of this engaging the Randall cycle. They severely engage the Randall cycle. Like, they will eat, even though they're doing a lot of physical activity, they're engaging the Randall cycle. Even though at this low grade with steroids and all that, they are causing a lot of inflammation to themselves. So they may be building up tissue and then cutting just prior to competition. And yes, they do get a good physique look on that. And then they binge right after, and they just basically become muscular fat again. They really live unhealthy lives, these people. So, And our bodies are not designed to be basically put through this punishment of bulking up and breaking down and all. It's not the natural way of living. So that's why they do live far less, because they put their bodies in hypergrowth state continuously. Beyond their cuts, which is a limited amount of time, they're in a constant state of growth. That's not healthy. No population ancestral lived like that. That's why we fasted. That's why we had less food availability. And, our intake was variable. What these people are doing in a constant state of growth, not a good thing. A constant state of catabolism also is not a good thing. But you're likely to live longer in a constant state of catabolism. You may be more frail, but live longer compared to somebody who's in a constant state of growth. Not a healthy thing to do, Elizabeth, long term. Yeah. You can just eat an ancestral diet and all that and look good. Trying to create these sort of idealized forms that some people do isn't a good idea in the long run if you want longevity. And I'm not saying that, there are plenty of traditional old-fashioned bodybuilders that just did animal-based steak and eggs, and many of them got into the 80s and 90s and all that before they died, and some of them even higher. Well, one, he would have died if he hadn't gone plant-based at 95 and then switched from weightlifting across to cardio and died 3 years later. He was a British guy. I don't know what, right at the end, he did all this for his life, and then at the end, he changed his mind in the way his diet and the, getting into this, very catabolic and damaging to the body cardio. Weird. But people do weird things, even though they may have done a whole lot of proper things for a lot of their life, then for some reason they have this switch. Bizarre. Harry talks a lot about issues in dealing with autoimmunity in particular. Spend so much money on different things. Most of it was useless at best. It is. Most of it is. Really it is. We have good research to show autoimmunity does get sorted with vitamin D once you get to the 80 nanograms. We have good information to know that once you're on a species appropriate diet, your endocrine system and everything starts working properly. We know this sort of stuff. And we know from tribal societies they don't have these issues. So we've creating derangements in our system, and pills are not going to fix it. A lot of people sell pills. They make money from pills. Nutritional advice and proper way of living, they don't talk about because there's no money in it. So that's the problem. So, at least there are some good coaches like a Deck and others that basically have their clients' best interests. There's a lot of people, they're never going to be out of work because there's more sick people than healthy people. And they're going to have a constant supply of people getting them off their meds and getting them healthier in the long run. So those people I consider, because I do a day job, I don't have the time to dedicate to that. I wish I had more time, but I don't, Pascal. But these are the people that are basically out there on the front line, really helping people manage their health problems and improving their health problems. So in a sense, I sort of salute them because they are doing really good work to help people. You're welcome, mate. I wasn't a bodybuilder, but I used to do extreme fitness, and I was definitely done a lot of damage to my body. Yep, a lot of people do. They think these crazy things, but the reality is ancestrally people weren't out there. They worked the land, they worked all their muscle groups, and they ate a more species appropriate diet, and that's why they were healthy. Today, people are just really doing strange things to their bodies, unfortunately. There were no gyms a couple of years back. It's, contraindicated to do isolation exercises as well. Something like Ben Greenfield, even though I disagree with some of his dietary stuff, but some of the stuff that he does with his family, rolling over, these tires or lifting things and putting them away and pushing things and stuff like that, all that are natural movements. That's what we've always done. Something we don't do nowadays. which is, a big problem in the way we live. So yeah, lots of healthy garbage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why they left ventricular growth in their heart. Yeah, that's why some of them falling dead. But if their coaches took them off the carbs, put them on a species appropriate diet, they probably could do better on a cardio stuff. It's not healthy. They're still going to cause wear and tear and a lot of inflammation, but less if you were to supplement them heavily with taurine. You would also prevent heart remodeling. Very important. See, meat, which has got taurine, and seafood, actually prevents heart remodeling. All these modern remodelings of hearts that are happening, and valves and valve issues and all that, how do you think they're happening? Because people are not eating sufficient animal protein, and they're not getting the things that prevent this from happening, which is the regulator of tissue remodeling, which is taurine. As I said, it's a Swiss Army knife of the body, So a meat deficiency causes irregular remodeling, especially when you're doing cardio. Most sports physiologists out there have no friggin' idea about this. That is why a lot of their clients are dropping dead very young, unfortunately. Yes, it's the reality. It's in the literature, but yes, unfortunately, it's the reality. Is what can one say? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are. I know, it's just crazy out there what people are doing. That's why they're dropping dead so young. The old bodybuilders that used to do steak and eggs, I remember one of them dying in his 70s, and he died not from his diet or that, because he was a steak and eggs man until his old age. He was lifting a washing machine, taking it upstairs. And what happened was he slipped and the washing machine squashed him. That's how he died. But he was in his 70s. He could lift a washing machine. Just think about that. You look at the old women in the past when they were more on ancestral diets and all that. They could lift big loads and literally go up hillsides. God, young people struggle to do that nowadays. It tells you a lot about ancestral nutrition compared to all this other junk and nonsense and bullshit. Absolutely. That's a sort of, pretty horrible, unnatural, and causes a lot of tissue imbalances in where you get the sort of growth and stuff like that. So natural movements are the way humans have always done it. So while I do some weights, I do them in combination with natural movements. So that's why I limit it to 2 days. I don't overdo it. I'm very careful about that. So yes, exactly. Old school are still alive on the steak and eggs and more closer to species appropriate. It's all these young people that are using these strange peptides from Eastern Europe and all sorts of other bloody things that they're injecting themselves, and the massive amounts of carbohydrates they're putting down their throats, engaging the Randall cycle in constant state of growth. And we're talking about we're talking about both adipose and muscle growth, continuously creating additional inflammatory cytokines from the adipose tissue. That's why these people are getting very sick. Combine that with steroids and everything else, things go to hell in a handbasket very quickly. Unfortunately, that is the reality, So, yes. Anyway, I am going to pull the plug. It is 10:14 p.m. in Hobart, so I got work tomorrow. Good touring, Harry. Thanks, Jared. It's a nice way of putting it. And yeah, please hit the thumbs up. Please, obviously it's only subscribers here, so I know you're all subscribed, but please hit the thumbs up, and it's well appreciated. Thanks, Adek. And yes, we love our humour here in the Roy Show. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. I am going to call it a night. You're late, Gunda. You're late. You're welcome. Or you've been here just secretly observing. That's okay as well. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Sammy. Take care, mate. Maybe I'll see you on one of the Zoom sessions if you drop in through the week. I may drop in, probably on Wednesday. I'll probably have a chance. I've got to do other things and run around sorting out a few things on the other days. So yeah, I'll try and get in on the Wednesday. You're welcome. Thanks, Bert. Beef Beast. Thanks, mate. Mike. Tom. Pascal. See you, mate. And I am out of here. See you guys.